report will be submitted to the executive for their budget setting meeting on the 3rd of March. So there are a number of key members here this afternoon that aren't regular members of this scrutiny committee. This meeting is expected to be a lengthy one, although I hope sharp and focused. It is expected to finish by 5 o'clock. So I would welcome members' cooperation in making sure that as near as possible we do actually hit that. The agenda pack with the papers is available via mod.gov or from the council website. We know that it has been necessary to publish the agenda in various packs due to the late availability of the budget papers. So agenda pack contains items 3, 8, 11 and 12. Supplement 1 contains the budget papers for agenda items 5, 7, 9 and 10. Supplement 2 contains details of the public question time. Supplement 3 contains appendices A and T and annexes as listed, A, I to BV for agenda item 7. Supplement 4 contains appendices G and U for agenda item 7, and supplement 5 contains the report and appendices for agenda item 6. There will be a special prize for everybody that's managed to negotiate the agenda by the end of the meeting. When you've been asked to speak by me, could you please state clearly who you are for the benefit of anybody who is listening to the meeting, so that they can identify who is speaking? And can you please ensure that you use your microphones and hold them as close to you as possible, or have them positioned as close to you as possible, because we have noticed that with this system, if you speak a yard away, your voice tends to get lost. So please speak into the microphone so that we can catch every bit of your invaluable contribution to the debate. The meeting is going to be audio recorded by the council. Can I please ask that members and officers refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist everyone present in finding the appropriate information? We're not expecting a fire alarm, but please, should this happen, please follow the Democratic Services officers and they will lead the way out. Right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for absence. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee. We have received apologies from Councillor Collins, for whom Councillor Mansell is substituting, apologies from Councillor Sorton, for whom Councillor Farberhey is substituting, Councillor Cottle has given his apologies, and Councillor Ashton is substituting, and also Councillor Smedley, who will be substituted by Councillor Pearce.
Thank you very much. Nothing else that anybody wishes to advise us of? Or are there any declarations of interest, please? No, thank you very much. Minutes of the previous meeting have been circulated. May I take them as a true record? Mr. Mansell.
Thank you. I was present at the meeting. I attended online, and I did contribute. I'm a little bit surprised, and I believe this is just a factual correction. Page 16 on the resolution in connection with the restructuring programme. I do recall that the resolution also included waste services and the climate team under the potential consequential impacts, and indeed that was in the report that went to executive, but somehow it's escaped the minutes here. So could I suggest that as an addition, please?
Okay. So can we please note that Councillor Mansell was present online? Officer Waldridge, any comment on the potential omission from the minutes?
Other than apologies, Chair, and we can obviously make those additions.
Right. All right. Right. Is there anything else? If not, I think, Vice Chair, you were proposing the acceptance of the minutes.
Absolutely.
All right. Is that seconded? Yes. All those in favour? Thank you. That's passed. So that brings us to item 4, which is public question time. And we have a number of speakers this afternoon, the first of whom is Mr. Redgewell. who is on Teams. Mr. Redgewell, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So my two questions are about parking charges. Firstly, I just remind everybody that the way it works at the moment, any free car park is picked up under general rating. So if you do not have a car or don't choose to use a car and use public transport, you're still paying for the county's car parks, which is somewhat unfair out of your general rates. So the second point of the question is, what percentage of any increased car parking charge or new car parking charges will go back in sustainable transport, i.e. walking, cycling, improving things like the Cheddar walking and cycle route, Cheddar Valley walking and cycle route, Strawberry Line, or the Somerset Circle, or in walking, cycling in public realm in some of the towns and the City of Wales may be affected by charges. So we'd like to see some of it certainly going towards public transport, so people have got alternatives to use. And the second mission is the county runs a series of bus and coach stations, which they put a departure charge in for bus and coaches like Wales, and one assumes when Taunton Transport opens, the operators will pay a departure charge. That's a national requirement under the Transport Act. But there's also a series of car parks that also take coaches in the street, Glastonbury, and across the county, Wincanton. There's no tariff or reference to coach parking, which is obviously part of the economy of Somerset. And of course, those coach parks and coach stations require improvement, lighting, and in future EV charging, etc. So those are the points. But if you're going to charge in car parks, we'd like to know appropriately what the reference is for coach services and tourist coaches, and also I suppose the issue of car parks is also disabled and blue badge holders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redgewell, and this will be answered in the first instance by Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you, David. Your reflections on the parking charges compared to our neighbouring authorities are noted and are helpful in context of our report proposals. At present, the report does not propose to allocate a specific additional amount from the new parking proposals for the schemes you have identified. You will recall the decision taken by the Executive in December 2023 as part of the award of tender for the Taunton Park and Ride, that funding from surplus car parking income is allocated to fund this service. You will hopefully be aware that the council has recently been awarded over 6 million by the Department of Transport for bus services and service improvements, and 2.7 million by Active Travel England in 2025-2026. These new grants will be used alongside the council's funding of over 5 million that is used to support the college bus network, general bus services, accessible transport, and the park and ride. And in answer to your second question, there are no proposals in this report to change any existing departure charges for buses at bus stations where these are currently applied. However, there will be an increase to the charge applied for coach parking. Details of these can be found in Appendix H, Fees and Charges of the main budget report. There is a cost to maintaining these assets and continuing to provide the service. This cost, like many others, has increased, and therefore we need to increase the charges. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hall, is there anything you wish to add? No, thank you very much. Second questioner, and that is Mr. Seth Dallow. He isn't present, but this is going to be read out on his behalf by Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Somerset Council states that it is facing a financial gap of £43 million for 2025-26. The proposed changes to car parking are projected to increase the income budget for 26-27 by £623,343. Is it worth proceeding with a scheme which will produce limited income and risks impacting businesses across the county?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The charges proposed are intended to bring alignment and consistency to the charging approach across Somerset. As an example, at present, we have parts of Somerset with free off-street parking and some car parks that they have pay and display, pay by phone requirements. Similarly, we have inconsistency in Sunday parking arrangements, with some areas facing a charge and some areas being free. When compared to the scale of the budget gap, it might be considered as a modest proposal, but it is important that we don't apply charges at a level that would place unacceptable burdens on the service users. Proposals to close the budget gap are considered in the budget papers elsewhere on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. Our third questioner is Mr. Orr. Pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Orr. So you know the form.
Yes,
You'll have 3 minutes from when you start to speak.
thank you. There must be 1,000 or more pages to read here today. Excepting Councillor Hobhouse, hands up any councillors read them all. The council must develop transformation programme plans at scale and pace to establish a new plan for recovering its financial position. In January 2024, the auditor identified the need to implement a transformation and efficiency programme at scale and pace. A year later, in January 25, the auditor raised two unusual statutory red recommendations to develop detailed savings plans at pace to deliver the savings targets and develop the overarching transformation business case and detailed business cases that will deliver service transformation and contribute to delivering the authority's ambitious savings targets. Amidst a financial emergency declared over a year ago, how can urgent recommendations for efficiency savings made by the auditor 1 year ago remain unaddressed still? Is there a systemic failing of the oversight, scrutiny and governance functions? Now this not so new council has two unusual statutory red recommendations from the auditor after missing the June 24 target date to address transformation failings. They are passed over in full council in an almost blasé way. Are the senior responsible officers marking their own homework? Clearly, with 1 year to plan and almost 2 years to implement, something has gone fundamentally wrong with transformation to drive efficiency savings. On day 665 of this new council, basic and fundamental business cases and savings plans remain incomplete despite an order recommendation made a year ago. Every year of delay means more distressed sales of investment assets and/or increased borrowing, costing at least £40 million. The huge budget gap to close is £190 million by 29/30 to achieve financial sustainability. Without government intervention in social care funding by April 2026, it's hard to see how that will be achieved. However, that doesn't excuse delays and subpar performance in making efficiency savings. Substantial council tax rises, service reductions and cuts, and now charging for parking in the evening on Sundays arise, while this council has yet to complete straightforward rationalisation savings from 5 councils into 1, or begin transformation to reach vital efficiency savings amidst a financial emergency, day 665 and counting. It simply isn't good enough. Will anyone be held to account for the repeated delays and failings to realise much needed transformation efficiency savings? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orr. And a response is going to be given by Councillor Butt-Phillip.
The 2022-23 and 2023-24 external audits and their recommendations reflect the severity of the financial situation the Council was in those years. Until we have succeeded in delivering a long-term sustainable council, I would expect the external auditors to continue to raise concerns. That is their job. The 2022-23 external audit was discussed at length by the Audit Committee, and the 2023-24 external audit was also discussed at length by the Audit Committee, and the two statutory recommendations were debated at the most recent full council. Since the declaration of the financial emergency, the Council has accelerated work to address the well-known challenges it faces. Last year's budget delivered millions of pounds in saving. It's correct that much of the focus over the last year has been on the workforce programme, which will be delivering a £34 million saving in 2025-26. In the coming months, we will develop a wider transformation and improvement business plan for future years. You are absolutely right to identify the pressure from social care as one of the key drivers of Somerset Council's current financial position. And we would encourage you to lobby the government to accelerate their consideration of this urgent issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butt-Philip. Our next questioner is Ms. Bernice Grundy. She isn't present, but again, her statement will be read out by Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Question 1. Can the costs of the current parking arrangements please be declared for comparison to the forecasted new costs, as in item 15, table 1? Can these current costs be broken down into the same timed segments as the forecast? Question 2. Has a study been taken of the general public as to whether this will affect A, their use of car parks in the county, and B, how much this will affect their weekly actual take-home income if they use county car parks after 6 p.m? Question 3. Can a clarification be given as to why a standardised charge is required across the county?
Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you. In response to your questions, firstly, the proposals are a forecast of income based on the changes in the report. I will ask officers to review your request against the allocation of income receipts from different parking charges and provide a written response. Answer 2, public consultation will be undertaken if these proposals are supported at executive. As with other areas of fees and charges, we wish to understand the implications so that we can seek to mitigate these. But more generally, we do not undertake surveys of how these fees and charges might impact on service users' take-home pay. And in answer to question 3, I'm not proposing, or we are not proposing to standardise charging, but instead standardise the parking principles. I accept that there are pricing differentials across Somerset with different rates in different locations. What is harder to justify is why some areas have free parking with the costs of those sites having to be paid for the users of different car park locations that are chargeable. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkins. And our final questioner is Mr. Nigel Behan. I don't think Mr. Behan is here, so I'm going to ask Mr. Jackson to read out his question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have had contact from Mr. Behan. He has withdrawn question 1 from his submission. So I'll just read out question 2. In the papers, it is stated, in November 2023, Somerset Council declared a financial emergency and introduced a range of financial control measures. To enable it to meet and close the revenue budget gap for 2024-25, the Council applied to Government for EFS in the form of a one-off capitalisation direction totalling £76.884 million, of which £40 million was allocated to meet the costs of transformation and redundancy, and £36.884 million was applied together with one-off utilisation of earmarked reserves of £36.8 million. If there is a forecast underspend of approximately 20 million for 2024-25, then surely Somerset Council could reduce the impact of compulsory redundancies.
Thank you very much. And the response will be given by Councillor Lation.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Behan, for your questions, which I understand you have withdrawn question 1, although I do offer my apologies for the lateness of publication of this paper. For question 2, I wish the financial situation were that simple, and I appreciate your consideration for colleagues throughout the council. The forecast budget position for 24-25 is not a true underspend, but it will reduce the draw on the MTFP reserves. We will use the full amount of 36.884 million of capitalisation directive for the current year 24-25 and approximately 20 million of the capitalisation direction for transformation and redundancies, funded as much as possible by capital receipts rather than additional borrowing. The executive and executive leadership team have taken all actions possible to reduce the number of redundancies necessary as part of the pay bill reduction, and I very much welcome the fact that Somerset Council now has a clear costed establishment for the entire workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lation. So that brings to an end the public question time part of the agenda. We now move to agenda item 5, and that is the housing revenue account revenue budget for 25-26, capital budget for 25-26 to 29-30, and MTFP update and 30-year business plan update. I'm going to ask Councillor Smith-Roberts to introduce this, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, and I'm the lead member for communities, which includes the HRA. So in relation to the HRA budgets that we have before us today, just want to set the scene a little bit to all of you, just to make sure that we're all aware what it encompasses. Just a reminder, it's tenants' money, so it's not council taxpayers' money. It doesn't fall within the general fund. It has its own, the HRA, housing revenue account. We work along two models that were previously in the west and the north of the county, the in-house service that is run through Somerset Council, and then an arm's length management organisation run by Homes in Sedgemoor, though that has recently gone through a name change to Homes in Somerset. As I said, the HRA is separate to the general fund. It makes no call on the general fund. However, it does get included within Treasury management. However, it is self-financing through the rents that we receive from our tenants, alongside grants that we get from central government, and working with Homes England, as you'll see through the capital programme that you've got before you. We've, as a council, signed off the rent and fee and charges in our meetings in early February. So today we are bringing forward the revenue budget for 25-26 and the capital budget for 25-26 all the way through to 29-30, alongside having the business plan that we need to redo every year because things change as we progress through our build programme, but also with government changes. So just some highlights in relation to the revenue budget. Table 1 on page 23 gives an overall view of the revenue. It does show us the challenges that we're facing, especially around increased spending on repairs and maintenance. This is being managed, and we do expect to be able to limit and reduce that via a void actions plan. But just to note, there was actually an article in today's Inside Housing that really does show that across the sector, there are record amounts being spent on repairs and maintenance, especially around the fact that all the different compliance and legislation that we're held to as a social landlord, and things like AWAB law that's coming into effect. The income has been modelled as well based on the increased rents and fees, though Kerry can certainly go into more detail, who sat next to me, but things change within the HRA. So I think we've got a 52 rent week year compared to a 53 week year last year. So all of those different changes has an impact of the income that we've got in, alongside the fact that as we're going through a capital programme, we actually do reduce some of the properties that we have available to rent out through, such as the North Taunton Woolaway project, because we're demolishing houses, and so we don't have tenants in them during that time. In relation to the capital programme, there are two elements that make up the capital programme. We've got our major works and improvements, which covers our upgrades and the care of our existing stocks. And then the fact that we want to be ambitious. I wish we could be more ambitious, but funds don't allow. But we do look to build more social housing. And in that regard, we are looking to have a net gain of over 350 new homes. I mean, you can see our social housing development programme on page 27 of your papers. You've got our medium-term financial plan further on in the paper. It is challenging, and you'll see that whilst we can set a balanced budget for 25, 26 all the way through to 29, 30, because of all the challenges that we face, we do need to look to remodel the HRA business plan moving forward, where we have got some tight pinch points. And alongside that, we have to be mindful of what the government does. We went through several years ago the fact that they freezed the ability to put up our rents. That obviously impacted us. However, with this new government, and I hope this is my own personal point of view, that where they want to build more social homes, and they've started by looking at reviewing the right to buy elements of social housing. But if they put their money where their mouth is, for want of a better phrase, we hope to, be able to build more social homes, and I would hope that we see money flowing alongside that in order to be able to build more than we've got already. The final part is the annual review of the business plan. That takes into account the challenges that we face. It has to be done every year. It looks at the next 30 years. And I draw your attention to the breakdown of what changes have been made compared to last year, and that's on page 51. But over to Kerry and Chris if they've got anything else to add.
Thank you. Good evening. Good morning.
Oh, it's it.
Hello, my name is Kerry Prisco. I'm the Strategic Finance Business Partner looking after and overseeing the HRA. Thank you to Federica for the introduction in terms of the operating models that we've got going on at the moment. So in a bit more detail from the financial point of view, this report does present you with a balanced revenue budget, and that's really important. That is a statutory requirement. We actually are able to balance the budget over the medium-term financial plan as well. This is reliant on the HRA delivering savings, though, during the next 5 years. And as Federica referred to, through that Voice Action Programme, we hope that the 1.3 million being supplemented to the budget next year can be tapered off over the next couple of years as that programme delivers some savings. The other pressures that we have put forward in the report include insurance premiums, as you will see nationally, and the increase in costs of those. The National Pay Award and the National Insurance contributions have been included, and interest payments, bearing in mind the capital programme that we have put forward, and also general inflation. The budget does include some savings. We've got some savings on central recharges, depreciation charges that are transferred through to the major repairs reserve, and an increase in income, as well as the one-off budget transfer to general reserves that you'll see in the table 1. This refers to the extra week we had last financial year that Federica was referring to, and we make sure that we set that aside whenever we do get that odd 53rd week. We don't want to rely on that income on an ongoing basis. In terms of the strategy, we are aiming to maintain our general reserves position. However, our financial capacity that we have got this time round is showing that if we did have any unforeseen financial pressures, we would need to look to our general reserves to help in that respect. In terms of the MTFP, we've got a 5-year capital programme very much focused on maintaining our decent home standard, achieving EPCC by 2030. We do have some decarbonisation works for the next 5 years. This is 50% funded by the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, in addition to the Eco4 work that's happening as well. And we also have got a 5-year programme on increasing our stocks, so increasing new homes. They will be either net zero or zero ready. They will be in excess of building regulations. To note that there are several new schemes being put forward in the proposals, and they are being delivered across the county. So outside the original boundaries of North and West Somerset, we've got some in the south as well. And they're either delivered via design and build or through Section 106 developer acquisitions. In terms of the capital programme, you'll know that in Appendix B, we have 304.638 million as part of the capital programme for both maintaining existing stock and for developing new stock. In terms of the updated 30-year business plan, it does highlight the need for the council to understand the long-term impact of short-term and medium-term decisions regarding the HRA. So, for example, the baseline position does forecast the HRA can set that balanced budget with that 5-year programme of capital works for existing stock and growth. However, this does increase our debt in the long term, and it shows that the HRA cannot repay that debt. In terms of scenarios, we have been looking at what can the HRA do in the future. We have modelled some scenarios in the business plan. So again, in Appendix C, you'll see some more detail around this, and looking at what a future capital programme could look like. In all the scenarios we did look at, the only one where interest cover, which is one of our key metrics, was maintained, was if we had an additional 5-year development programme on stock growth, and this was a 50 units per year for 5 years. We have also looked at sensitivity tests, against kind of testing what our HRA looks like and what the pressures could be, focus on general inflation increases, building costs and interest rates in terms of our economic environment. The only scenario that slightly reduced debt and improved our interest cover was in general inflation, and this is because we could get more rental income, which would be in excess of our operating costs. So overall, our financial position will need to be looked at on an annual basis very closely, and we need to make sure that the HRA is delivering ongoing cost reductions and maximising our income. And the HRA management team have already got some projects in place which hope to kind of work towards that. So, for example, the report refers to options appraisal, about being one operating model, the voice action programme, and exploring further grant opportunities, and also service charges review. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. So members, we're asked to direct questions to the generality of the report in the first instance, and then we'll take the appendices in order A, B and C. So Councillor Hobhouse, you have a question on the general report.
Sorry. I should possibly know better, but you have a section in the overall thing called special services, and I can find no explanation as to what a special service is. Page 7, right at the beginning, the overall special services, 4th line under expenditure.
Thank you for your question. Okay, so in terms of special services, this relates to, for example, like extra care provision, supported and sheltered housing. The presentation is based on government requirements about how we present our data, and special services is extra care, supported and sheltered housing.
Okay. Councillor Sieb, is this on the general report?
The general report, Chairman. On page 23 on table 1, first, probably the most important line, the dwelling rents. I noticed the dwelling rents seem to be going down 149,000 in the face of increasing the housing stock by 274. There doesn't seem to be an explanation in the report as to why the number of houses is going up and the receipts are going down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so paragraph 3.15 does refer to some of the explanation I'm going to provide to you. So in terms of the reason why the dwelling rents has shown to go down, as you point out in table 1, this is a removal of the 53rd week, which we had last financial year. So every 5 to 6 years within that financial year, due to how many Mondays fall within that financial year. So we have removed about 1.23 from memory from the accounts. We have increased rents by 2.7% as per what's approved on 12th, but we've also had a number of stock losses. We've got a lot of demolitions in North Taunton, and also we have some stocks in Wordsworth Drive, Coleridge Way. That's all so far. So the reason why is that because of those reasons. I hope that helps.
I'm wondering, Chairman, if 3.15 could be recrafted to lead on the fact that this is an explanation as to why the income has dropped, and maybe include the stock loss point as well.
Thank you, Councillor Sieb. That was receiving nods from the portfolio holder. Thank you. Councillor Farbahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm Councillor Farbahey. I represent division just across the road from here. The housing revenue account is ring fenced. I totally get that.
Maybe hold it a bit.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. The housing revenue account is ring fenced, but the council is the landlord. Since Localism Act back in 2011 introduced self-financing, the idea was for the council to retain all the rental income to fund the cost of managing and maintaining the stock, as well as meeting the internal costs, payments, and cost to the debts. The council had to make a one-off payment of £133 million. I would like to find out whether that is all factored into our borrowing and how much is that, exactly. I've got a number of questions that I'd like to put to the portfolio holders or the officers. One, housing revenue account has an income and expenditure. Is there any headrooms for any further borrowing? How many of our council houses are in need of urgent alterations or out of the 9,800? And to deliver ongoing cost reduction, to improve medium to long-term financial position, how are we factoring all that into our working system? How many void properties do we pay council tax on currently and potentially in the near future? My last question is, what happens to all the borrowing and potential funding future, God forbid, if we are issued with 114 notice? So just a few questions that I'd like.
Got your money's worth there, Councillor Farber.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I'm going to try and make sure I capture them all. Please do let me know if I miss anything along the way. Okay, so in terms of the first question, I believe it was around the self-financing settlement that we took out back in 2012. And with regards to the amount that we borrowed, there was a repayment schedule. So the borrowing wasn't meant to be repaid. It wasn't planned to be paid in one lump sum. It was actually broken down into a number of factors where the debt was paid off over a number of different years. So since then, we have paid off some of that debt. However, we have chosen to refinance that debt as we've progressed through time. That was because our capital for financing requirement needed us to refinance that debt. In terms of making sure that it is within the HRA, yes, it is. So all the original self-financing debt, the refinance we've done since, and any new borrowing that relates directly to the HRA is within the HRA, and the HRA pays for that interest payable. So referring to paragraph 3.13, that is where I refer to the fact that where I say that the existing long-term borrowing, some of that will be the original debt, or it could have been the refinancing debt as well as new debt. So that is all paid for within the HRA as part of the ring-fenced account. In terms of question 2, with regards to income expenditure, do we have any headroom to take on any additional borrowing? The answer is no. If you look to Appendix C, the business plan update, there are some charts, and it shows that with our interest cover, during the next 5 years, we do hit a minimum of 100%. Ideally, we would like to see 125%, but 100% we can actually deliver the budget and the MTFP that we have put forward. Question 3, I was going to refer to the service, and I wonder if Chris knew the answer in terms of question 3. Or sorry, Federica.
I think we'll need to come back with a written question, written answer, because it was how many houses need urgent attention. So we work to look to decent home standard, and then we do review our housing stock, and we've currently got that on at the moment. In our current year budget, we look to make disposals. I want to say we're making over £1 million of disposals this year because we've got housing that is no longer fit for purpose or will cost more for us to do up than it would in bringing rent in, and that's across the whole portfolio. But I don't know, Chris, if you want to add anything to that.
If I may, so the definition of urgent is a difficult one, because actually, if it is an urgent repair, we have a 24/7, 365 response, repairs and maintenance program with out of hours working. So if someone has an urgent repair, we will deal with that in terms of the tenancy handbook and the prioritisation. So there shouldn't be a backlog of urgent repairs. We also have a capital programme, which is part of this paper, which seeks to invest in upgrades in properties. So we have a number of properties on that programme, and there will be life cycle component upgrades. So new kitchens, new bathrooms, new roofs, new windows, and so on and so forth. I wouldn't necessarily categorise those as urgent. However, all of that capital programme is sat within the HRA and funded within the same financial arrangements ring fenced by the HRA.
Okay.
Thank you. Question 4, that was regards to the ongoing cost reduction kind of programme to improve the medium-term financial plan. So as per the report, there are some projects that the management team have already got actually happening right now in terms of looking exactly what you're saying about trying to reduce our costs. It's also looking at the service charge review, is looking at trying to maximise our income within the rules and regulations, of course, that are set up on the HRA. In terms of the number of void properties, and I don't know if Federico or Chris happen to remember numbers from the last performance review, but in terms of the number of voids of properties, we would have to come back to you, but I can confirm that yes, we do pay council tax on void properties. For any day that they are void, the HRA does pay for that council tax. If a property is earmarked for pending demolition, if the service will review that property in terms of would it need to be used for temporary accommodation, for example, but they will then get to a point where they will, apologies, I can't think of what the terminology is now, they review like utilities and such like and cap them off, and that when they meet a certain criteria, they can actually be exempt from paying council tax. In terms of question 6, you asked about the HRA's borrowing with regards to a section 114. So if the general fund did have to issue a section 114 in the future, then the HRA would possibly only be impacted in terms of external grant funding. The external organisations may say that they withdraw any future grant payments, for example. So it's very much kind of ifs and mays, and something we would have to explore if that situation arises. But in terms of new borrowing, we have to make sure that the borrowing is within our current prudential code. So in terms of the report that's coming through, I apologise on the terminology, it's a Treasury Management and Capital Strategy reports. Within those reports, for the whole council, for the council as a whole, you'll see that general fund and HRA are considered within those overall strategies for the council, and we need to make sure that the HRA stays within those parameters. As per the report, we need to make sure that each capital scheme, so where we've got the acquisitions and the design and build programs, each of those schemes will need to be visited on a one-by-one basis as they progress to make sure that they remain affordable and within the parameters that we've set within the medium-term financial plan and the business case and the business plan as well. I hope that answers the questions. I haven't missed anything.
Right, thank you very much for that very comprehensive set of answers. Our next speaker is Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I need to start on a wider point, which is that these papers that we've had today are enormous. This set of papers didn't come through until Tuesday night. Some of the papers didn't come through until Friday night. There's an awful lot of stuff to read. I wanted to be able to put my hand up and say, yes, I've read everything thoroughly, and I failed. I didn't have the time to do so, and I'm really, really disappointed. I've never prepared so much for a meeting and yet felt so unprepared for a meeting, and I just need to make that point because it's been horrible. What I want to know is is if the HRA budget is sustainable. Loans seem to be increasing, costs are increasing, regulatory requirements significantly increase the costs further. Now, I've got different page numbers to everybody else because I go through the public documents pack. So if I talk about paragraphs 7 and 8, they seem to suggest to me, from what I was reading, as though this model will not sustain. We've got options within that, potential options for mitigation, point 7.8, and can they be, are they either or can they all be brought in together as one to try and rescue the situation? And when will these decisions be made? I want to know what happens if lobbying the government for further capital grant doesn't work. And then finally, this is a budget that sits separately to the general fund. What is its end point? Can it ever go pop? Or in an unsustainable way, does it just keep going with costs rising, loans rising, and what we're able to deliver falling? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
I'll have a go at answering some of it and then I'll pass you over. So from my understanding, we always have to set a balanced budget, so it can't just go pop, but we have to make decisions as a council as to how we spend that money. From our point of view, we have been, I guess, positive in the fact that we want to go after and build new social homes. That comes at a cost. And by building more homes, hopefully you then get more rent in, but you do also lose homes by having the right to buys because you're reducing stock. So if the government continue to allow right to buys and we don't build, then you get less income in, but costs increase. I guess the report here in front of us gives us the options. We do know that over the next 5 years, we can sign this off today for this year, but each year we need to review the different options that have been put forward to say how do we keep that going across the 30 years of the business plan? There are things that we can look to do. We have got an options appraisal that will be coming forward that will look at what operating model that we look to do and are there efficiencies that can be made through choosing a different operating model. So I think that would be something that could be looked at. However, it is a challenging time in housing, rightly so. We want to provide decent homes to our tenants. We want to make sure that they live in very good quality homes, but that comes at a cost in order to do the repairs and maintenance. We know that through choices that central government have made have increased or impacted the economy, which has cost us more to be able to build homes, but also the cost of inflation. All of that impacts on what we're here having to do. But actually, from my point of view, I feel comfortable with what we're presenting forward. We will have to have difficult discussions as a council, but hopefully, as I said before, the government will provide support for social housing, because the only way that we will tackle the housing crisis in this county and probably in this country is to be able to build homes, and I think we play a part of that. But you'll give a more financial technical answer than that, Kerry, I'm sure.
Well, actually, Maria's going to kindly come in. Just in response, as has already been said, you have to set a balanced budget for the HRA, much like the general fund. And there are local authorities that have received exceptional financial support for the HRA. A Section 114 notice can be issued just on the HRA. So it is important that it's sustainable. And the budget that's presented before you today is not only a budget that doesn't draw on any general reserves, HRA general reserves, I should say, but it's also a balanced medium-term financial plan that doesn't draw on general reserves in the HRA. So that enables us, if there is something that goes wrong in any of those financial years, we're not just utilising reserves because they're above the minimum that I've set. That they will only be used if we need them to be used, and any assessment of borrowing, etc., needs to be done within the prudential code and within the affordability parameters.
Right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got it is a rather technical question, but let's see if someone's got can respond. I think probably to at least part of it. It relates to 4.6 on page 26, and it's about the standards that are being adopted for new build in relation to net zero, which I have to say I'm very happy with. I'm very comfortable with those. I think we're aiming at the right place, and from what I'm hearing, we're achieving it. So there's much that this is good, and very pleased to see it. Just a couple of bits of clarification. One is it lists photovoltaic tiles. I found that surprising, as my understanding is they're expensive and not necessarily beneficial in terms of what they're trying to achieve. I suspect actually it's a sort of question of terminology or words here, and I think that maybe we're not putting on photovoltaic tiles in the terms that I understand them. Perhaps if anyone does know a little bit more. And the other question, which I think is okay, but just looking for clarification, I trust that we're not installing any new gas boilers with new builds that we really shouldn't be, and I don't think we are, but just looking for that clarification. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your question. I will have to refer back to the service and just get them to clarify those points for me with regards to the photovoltaic tiles and the gas boilers. Actually, Chris might know the answer.
I don't have the answer on the PV tiles, I'm afraid. But in terms of gas boilers, no, our ambition is to build with alternative heating sources. The only exceptions may be that within the capital acquisition programme, there will be properties on there that are Section 106 purchases from other developers, and it is entirely possible that some of those may have been built with gas boiler installations. So we can go away and double check, but where it's our build, we are not. Where it is purchases through Section 106, there is the possibility that some of those are.
Thank you. So we'll have an answer for the photovoltaic cells sent to members if possible, please. Councillor Philip Ham.
Thank you, Chair. I got a very quick, short question. In the past, Mendip and South Somerset sold all their housing stock off. Why do we not sell this stock off now, as it seems to be full of risks? It's not earning us much money, and it could solve a lot of problems with a capital reset if we sold to a housing provider.
I'll bring Chris in on that so he can go through the technicalities. I fundamentally believe in social housing, but that's my personal view, but I'll bring Chris in.
So yeah, setting aside kind of the internal preference, the stock has a deficit. When you look at the net present value of the stock against the borrowing and the future capital needs, it holds a net present value. So what does that mean? It means if you go to market and try and sell it, you would have to pay someone to take it because of that deficit in net present value. So that's a piece of work that Savills undertook for us. The marketplace isn't there like it used to be in the decades gone by, and with rising standards and expectations, it produces a deficit, and we hold quite considerable borrowing as well. So it's not a financially viable mechanism for us at the moment. It is something we've reviewed as part of the options appraisal, but it's just not there for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Is there anybody else on the committee that wishes to ask anything at this point? Is there anybody else in the room that wishes to ask anything? In that case, I'll go to those online, and Councillor Rodriguez is online. Diego.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of areas that I want to just touch on within the report, and I'll probably just do it separately because it'll be easier for my brain, rather, not anyone else's, but for me to process it. The first one is on new builds. Looking at the report, number 4.6, and I'll give you the page number, but I'm looking at the public documents, which is probably different to what you've got on MudGov. But 4.6 refers to all new build homes being built to either net zero or net zero ready, which is in excess of building regulations. What I'd like to know, and perhaps it's detailed somewhere in the report, but I've not seen it, is how much is it costing us to go above and beyond those building regs in pounds? And then in 4.10, table 10 there, and again, it's a question around these building regs perhaps. When you look at the various developments on there, investments on property, there's a borrowing figure of 21.2 million for North Taunton Phase D. That's what on average a cost of about 1.2 million per property. Yet in the report, on the same table, Snedden Grove is 6.8 million for the same number of properties. I'm trying to understand why there's such a big difference in the two and whether or not it has anything to do with building in excess of those building regs. That's kind of the first one, please, Chair.
Okay, that can be addressed, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. So in terms of table 3, I believe it's on page 27 for everyone in the room, everybody else. Just to clarify that in terms of North Taunton Phase D, in comparison to Snedden Grove and Wheatley Crescent. So in North Taunton Phase D, this is a regeneration scheme. So we are demolishing a number of units, and then we are building a net gain in terms of 17 in that area, and due to the nature of the scheme, that is costing more in that respect in comparison to another scheme that you've referred to in terms of Snedden Grove. Yeah, so to clarify, Diego, if we've understood the question correctly, it's not building 17 for that amount, it's a net gain of the total. So it's how many we're gaining across the whole of North Taunton Phase D.
Yeah,
does that help clarify?
That does, yeah. But part of that first element of my questions is also how much of that cost, and you may not be able to tell me now, is going over above and beyond those building regs where we're net zero ready, so doing more than what perhaps we need to at this moment in time. Is there a cost to that, or is that available anywhere where you can give to us in written response?
We need to come back to you because each of the projects are done on their own merit. So when we bring forward those projects to council, you get to kind of see them within their own project scheme. So we can look to see whether we've got that data available and share it.
And you had another question, Diego?
Yep, so the second kind of element of the questions I want to put across is around the robustness of the report. And you obviously see the appendices to support some of the things I'm saying a bit later on as well. But if I go through the numbers that they're in the report, 7.3 says that the levels of debt will increase in the first 5 years to pay for the 5-year capital programme. And it also says that there's no headroom for any additional borrowing or increase in the cost of borrowing. Later on, when you look at the business plan, you'll see that there's that the sensitivity tests have shown that the HRA is sensitive to economic operating environments such as increase in building costs and interest rates. Now, you've said there's no headroom for any additional borrowing or costs of borrowing. So I'm wondering how that's going to be managed. I'm generally concerned around that because it seems really high risk because there's no room for manoeuvre, and I don't know how that can be accepted. And in the same vein, 8.8 talks about the significant increase in new borrowing to meet the increased ambitions for capital investment. And we can see in the report and later on the appendices that these increased ambitions are not financially sustainable. And I'd put to you that perhaps they need to be reconsidered. 10.1 states that there are a number of risks that could compromise the viability of the HRA business plan. And again, considering the lack of headroom, this is concerning because we're working towards such a tight budget. 10.4 references the recognition to increase in workload and costs that will continue. Some examples have been given there, but there is an admittance that the HRA can anticipate new requirements. As I've already said, we've seen there's no spare cash, no room for more borrowing, no room for more cost of borrowing. So I'm not sure how we can accept that. And finally, 10.10, again, an admittance within the report that the estimates for new borrowing are likely to change. And as I've previously said, the report has stated there's no room for increasing cost of borrowing. So I'm unsure how you can make a statement which is contrary to kind of financial sustainability in a way. So just looking at that initial report, I'm not comfortable with it and the appendices attached. To me, it feels very touch and go, very high risk. There's a number of areas where it recognises pressures, where officers have recognised the pressures, but I feel we're still knowingly marching towards them, towards that really difficult position. And I think that could be avoided. And my very final point on that, at the exec meeting, which we haven't yet read the report, but the LGA Corporate Peer Challenge report says that the HRA must operate as a long-term business. A long-term business, to me, would be taking long-term sustainable decisions. And we can see, I think, in this report that the HRA doesn't do that. So I'm generally concerned with the report and the appendices.
Yes, please, Mr. Hall.
Okay, thank you. So there's a few points in there. In terms of the increased borrowing, this is partly to do with the fact that we are increasing our stock volumes. So we are purchasing and building additional housing stock for Somerset Council. We are expanding our service across a greater geography than we once were as the 4 individual district councils. So we are seeing growth in our housing stock, and as a result, there is additional borrowing funded through the HRA. And as picked up by our Section 151 officer, this is not only a balanced budget for 25-26, but is balanced across the MTFP horizon. This is a 30-year business plan that this links back to. So I think the suggestion that this isn't a long-term sustainable business case, I don't think that can be evidenced. I will say and acknowledge that there are a number of risks in this report. So the cost of borrowing we have seen increasing. Not only the volume of borrowing, but the cost of doing so. And the approach, as advised by our finance colleagues, was to put in a 5% interest cost. That's not as much as we're currently paying. It's not as much as perhaps the Bank of England's Treasury Management Plan would suggest, but we are taking a prudent approach to the cost of borrowing, and therefore that adds to the stability of the business plan. We could be less ambitious. So if we get to a stage where we find in future years that actually we do have capital pressures, the cost of building or acquiring stock continues to rise, and it rises outside of the risk and contingency that we factored into each scheme, we have the ability to curtail some. So you will see that there was a project planned in the ex-Sedgemoor area, Taunton Road. It is no longer financially viable, and we've dropped that scheme out and we've replaced it with something that is financially viable. So whilst you are setting this budget over a longer term horizon, we do have the ability to drop schemes in and out of the budget with, of course, council consent to help us manage our costs. We also have a healthy reserve within the HRA, and of course no one wishes to live within that reserve. We're not touching it currently. We are not setting the budget for the HRA with any use of reserves as it stands at the moment. And I think we've already touched on the fact that we intend to make and consider the options around future savings for revenue. So we've currently got 2 landlord models. We intend to only have 1. We will be making savings as a result of doing that. And there are other areas where we can help mitigate our costs. And for those of you who've been following the HRA revenue budget reports, you'll see there's a current overspend on voids, but that overspend is coming down month by month. So we are taking active intervention in terms of our revenue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen. So we've had the generality of the report. Is there anybody that wishes to say anything further on that? Anything on any of the specific appendices? Appendix A, B, C? Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yes, so this is the 30-year business plan. Okay, now, and as we've already heard, there are some questions in relation to this, particularly related to further new building and decarbonisation. Both things which I strongly support and wish to see as much as possible of in both cases. Now, for the West area stock, which at the moment I understand is by far the majority due to historical circumstances, there was a zero carbon strategy done for the for decarbonisation works, looking into the future, which looked at this very carefully. Now, one feature of that, which I would welcome some reassurance that it's still a strong feature because I think it's important, is when repairs or replacements are done, that it's done in light of where we wish to get to in terms of the zero carbon in the future, which will be a future requirement. And there's staging posts along the way to that. Now, in particular, I say that because, and to give an example, when new windows or doors are fitted, if they're provided to the high insulation standards, that means we don't have to replace it now with a lower standard door and then replace it again in the future, so incurring the cost twice. It really helps if the repairs, replacements can be aligned to where we wish to go to. In the long term, that will save us money. So that's one thing to mention. Now, in terms of looking at both new builds and decarbonisation, and which we wish to do, as I say, I'm strongly in favour of both. Just possibly we need to look at the balance between them, and I'm not sort of making any comment, whether we've got it right or wrong, but I would say that we do need a very active decarbonisation programme going forward. It's greatly beneficial for residents, the tenants, in that their costs come down. They have warmer homes, don't suffer from damp and mould, and some of the other issues, some of the other requirements that we need to do. So achieving the decent home standard. So all of this does align together and shouldn't be looked at individually. It takes us in the direction we wish to go. But as I say, just a question, well, it's not so much a question, but let's make sure we've looked at it carefully and got the balance right between new build and decarbonisation. Now, there's one particular suggestion I wish to make, and in terms of sorting out the future and where we go, it does say that we should maximise income. I do wonder whether there's actually something in that line which should be its whole a separate criteria, and there may be some challenges to this. I'm not sure in what is possible, but it makes a lot of sense in my view, and that is with the decarbonisation works done, with homes better insulated, with lower cost heating systems which aren't dependent on fossil fuels where costs are going up, it means that the residents, the tenants, have far lower costs from the beginning of the improvements and going forward. They achieve a very significant saving in their bills, which is clearly a good thing to do. But we are also struggling to afford these costs. And the best thing is if the benefits could be spread across as many tenants as possible and not over lumped up with a lucky few, but spread across more. And a way of doing that is that there is some form of charge, however it's done, for the real financial benefits that tenants can achieve. I still hope they will achieve a benefit, and I think it's important that they do, but not necessarily to the total full extent for all of the costs incurred on their property. Some retrofit schemes call this a comfort plan as a charge. And I know this has been something that's been difficult to do in the past. I'm hoping that this is a bit easier now, and would certainly urge that it be looked at very carefully and some work done on it and brought back to us. What are the possibilities? What are the costs? What charges could there be? And I think that this is one thing not in the HRA plan at the moment, which could be there and could be a way that helps us going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of upgrading key components, windows and doors, as an example, yes, we would seek to achieve the highest standard. We also take account of whether the property might be suitable for external wall insulation in the future. So if we're going to replace windows and that property is suitable, we would want an additional width as part of the frame to account for that in future years, so that we're not duplicating those replacements. So we would consider that on a case by case, and usually it's archetype by archetype basis. I think you're right to hit on the challenge that we have around the standard that we seek in the existing stock versus how many can we afford in our existing stock. So are we growing stock, or are we growing the quality of the existing stock? And we've tried to take a balanced approach to that using government funding and other external funding sources. So we have had multiple schemes of external wall insulation as an example, where we've got grant funding for it, but we're also at the same time trying to grow our stock. It would clearly be much easier if we focused on one or the other, but that doesn't mean it's the right answer for all tenancies. So there are controls around how we charge and what we can levy to tenants. And I always get this the wrong way around, so I apologise, but where we have homes that are more cost effective to run, at the very beginning, we're able to make a choice around whether that is an affordable rent or a social rent, so that we can seek to recover some additional monies, and that is factored into the capital programme. So when we model what it might cost, we model the appropriate rate for rent setting as part of that process. In terms of the comfort plan, that's not something I've heard of before. Happy to pick up with you outside. It sounds very interesting, and if we can follow something that others have done, then that will smooth the pathway for us. But thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Seeb.
Thank you. Afraid I'm probably punching the same bruise. I'm glad that the issue of the third-party payment problem has been mentioned here. You know, we pay and the tenant benefits directly, but there are very substantial benefits and ones which we should seek. I am also disappointed that the 30-year plan on 1.4 on page 50 makes it quite clear that the decarbonisation targets for the total stock can't be afforded even at 50% grant. And my question really is, what are we considering in order to reduce the costs of decarbonisation? I'm thinking things such as, for example, in-house installation, perhaps on our own or with a tackle with other authorities, or in joint venture with other housing providers, so that we're not paying commercial rate. But, you know, once we've got volume, we should be able to deliver a decent job as the public sector. The other models, such as subscription models, go beyond the sort of warm homes version. We had a very successful scheme in South Somerset where a not-for-profit company, basically you bought shares in the company that paid the capital, and then you got a cut of the electricity income back each year. It was a pretty decent investment then. I'd be surprised if it's not now. But the key thing was making sure that the installation costs were controlled. So I think you lose things like hiring scaffolding and hiring access at height equipment, and actually have your own capital equipment and spread that cost. And of course, you dispose of it for pretty much what you paid for it. So I'm just wondering, what's the HRA doing to reduce its cost of delivering the decarbonisation? Is that part of the programme?
I think it's going to be difficult to give an exact answer to that. At the moment, we're focused very much heavily on the two-option appraisal model. We have an in-house landlord, we have an external landlord through the arm's length management company, and that external landlord, although owned by us, predominantly deliver their works through outsourced contract arrangements. So we have a considerable difference in the approach here, and some of those show themselves in cost, and some of those differences show themselves in quality. So we're focused on delivering a single option at the moment, so that option will come back to members on or before April of next year. So we'll have a proposal for you around a single model. In terms of new build properties, we do look at modern methods of construction, although we have not found a proposal yet that would warrant an in-house building team. We do have an in-house direct labour organisation, but they are responsive repairs and maintenance teams rather than large-scale capital delivery. So I think that's the best answer I have for you at the moment.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other members wishing to speak. So, Mr. Mansell, your point has been taken, I think, by Mr. Hall. I don't think it needs to be added to the recommendations if you're content that it has been noted by the officer. So we come to the recommendations. Scrutiny Corporate and Resources Committee are asked to consider and comment upon the executive, having noted that the rent setting and fees charges were approved by full council on the 12th of February, endorse the following recommendations and recommend them to full council for approval. So those are listed as recommendations 1 to 8. Is everybody happy with those recommendations? And if so, would somebody care to move them, please?
I'll move them.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. May I see all those in favour of those recommendations, please? Any against? And those abstaining? Right, thank you very much. So we now move on to yes, thank you. The section 25 report, agenda item 6. And I would like to invite Officer Christophe, please, to introduce and present the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just position the microphone so that we can work. So this is the section 25 statement to all members regarding the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves from me to you, to all of you. It's important to highlight a few pieces as we move through, and we've kept this report separate as well as being Appendix A, part of the main budget report, because I do believe that given the financial position of the local authority, it's important that this has its own discussion, but you can't exclude it from the discussion on the budget in its entirety. So you have two opportunities to discuss this one. So it's important to highlight, obviously there's a legal framework around this with my responsibilities to you to set a legal, balanced, robust budget. And fortunately, we received a number of notifications from government, which I will come to as I'm working my way through, and confirm the differences as we're going through. There are a number of different contexts, economic contexts, local contexts, and I'm going to start from the response to the financial emergency. So the council declared a financial emergency in November 2023, and since November 2023, it's actively taken action to ensure that it turns its financial position around, from spend control to no PO, no pay. A number of different actions have taken place as if, so non-essential spend, reducing that and ensuring that we were behaving and performing as if the council already had commissioners here in taking some of those decisions. Budget setting for 24-25 relied upon just over 80 million of one-off within the budget, £36.8 million general use of reserves, and a £36.884 million exceptional financial support in the form of a capitalisation direction, as well as a collection fund surplus that was included. One of the positions during the financial year, we've been working our way through every month, and there's been monthly reporting to executive through scrutiny. It's important to highlight the current financial position. I know there's a separate item on the agenda, but the plan is to reduce the use of reserves where possible and utilise the full exceptional financial support, so that we are not reducing our financial resilience to the extent that we were planning when we set the budget. So the current Q3 forecast outturn in terms of revenue is showing a £20 million within budget lines forecast underspend. I say within budget lines because a real forecast underspend would need to be over £80 million for us to be having that impact. So we are looking to draw on about £17 million worth of earmarked reserves as at Q3, and I hope with the forecast outturn, as it's been moving along during the financial year, we will see some of those forecast overspends come down to a balanced position and some further underspends being declared that will mean that we can keep our financial position in terms of our reserves, so that we're in a different position as we move forward into 25-26, a more resilient position. Now, as I take you through the report, it's important to flag if there is a failure to set a balanced budget, then we are in section 114 territory, and I've made it clear throughout this report that we need to explore all of our options in balancing our budget, which we have done, which is why we have gone for exceptional financial support. And on the 3rd of February, the government granted us permission to increase council tax at 2.5% above the referendum threshold. And we were one of the 6 councils chosen in that regard. Council will make the decision about what council tax will be on the 5th of March, but I have included the additional 2.5% along with the 2% adult social care precept and the 2.99% council tax increase. So a total of 7.49% has been built into the budget that is going to be presented to council for 25-26, and council will take the decision on council tax. Following the local government finance settlement, there were a number of different adjustments that were made, and I will talk you through them when I come to the budget reports as the next item on the agenda, that enabled us to shrink our gap even further from where we thought it might be. However, £43 million is the number that's still outstanding in terms of bridging that budget gap. So without the exceptional financial support, we would have been in section 114 territory. I'm pleased to say that I received the in principle letter from government last week, which enabled me to revise my section 25 statement to you today, and enable this budget to be a robust, legal balanced budget. It's also important for me to flag, as in paragraph 4.6 on page 21, I know that you discussed this as a council and through audit committee, the statutory recommendations made by the external auditor in terms of the 2023-24 value for money auditors annual report that they presented. Now that's based on 2023-24, where our reserve positions were in a slightly different position before the budgeted contribution from reserves to balance the budget in 24-25. The first statutory recommendation speaks of the council should develop detailed savings plans at pace to deliver the savings target as set out in the MTFS in order to reduce reliance on one-off resources and rebase the council's budget to a financially sustainable level. The statutory recommendation 2 speaks of the council developing an overarching transformation business case and detailed business case to enable us to balance the budget in a sustainable way, to raise savings required to balance the budget. I paraphrase that one slightly. These recommendations have been these statutory recommendations have been accepted, and we have worked incredibly hard to get to this position. However, it's not balanced in a sustainable way because we have this £43 million exceptional financial support. I've got a number of tables within the report that demonstrates the earmarked reserves and general fund balance over a period of time. There is table 1 that also takes into account if we were to offset the earmarked reserves against our budgeted gap that we have for 26-27, which is £101 million, we would run out of reserves in that year. And you can see within that table we're forecasting a deficit in reserves. We cannot have a deficit in reserves. This is just for illustrative purposes to demonstrate that in 26-27, if we didn't have a balanced budget in that year, we couldn't rely on the use of reserves. We would need an exceptional financial support again, otherwise the council will be in section 114 territory. It's important for me to flag that so you know the direction of travel for the future medium-term financial plan. The only reserve that we have permission to take into deficit is the DSG deficit reserve, the dedicated schools grant, and that's because there's a statutory override that the government has in place until March 2026, and we await the outcome of the government, whether they will extend that If they don't, there will be a number of councils across the country that will be in Section 114 territory, just merely because their DSG deficit reserve is much bigger than their earmark reserves, and some of them may not be exceptional financial support authorities currently. The report goes on to demonstrate what the forecast deficit is in the DSG. At the end of March 2026, we'll be looking at just under £100 million deficit. It's an eye-watering amount. It's incredibly important for us to see that the council is working on a deficit management plan, a revised deficit management plan, even though there was one in January 2024. There is a further one being worked up at the moment, and we wait the outcome from government in terms of any reforms that will be made in this area. The table 3 also forecasts those reserves across, including the DSG, just so you can see the forecast deficits that would be created if one was expected to be offset by the other, which it's not. I need to make that clear. And as I've already said, the general fund cannot go into deficit. We are not like the NHS that can carry deficits forward. We have to set a balanced budget and we have to remain a going concern. It's important for me to also flag to you the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves. So before I get to that, I just wanted to share, we've shared both letters with you in terms of the exceptional financial support. So you've got the 2024-25 letter and also the 2025-26 letter. Both have a set criteria that we need to achieve in order to draw down the expected amounts that have been allocated for us. In 2024-25, we were granted 76.884 million, of which 36.884 million was used to balance the budget, and the other 40 million was awarded to the council in terms of exceptional financial support to finance transformation and redundancies. In the application process, I have requested 20 million of that 40 million to be carried forward into 25-26 because I do not believe that we're going to use it in the current financial year, because we also have the combination of flexible use of capital receipts. So I've asked to carry that forward, which is why the exceptional financial support that's been allocated to the council is 20 million higher in total than the 43 million. That's why it's 63 million. I hope that explains that to you. So from page 28 in supplementary pack 5, I think it is, you can see all of the criteria and what we're expected to do. At the end of the financial year, we'll be financing the exceptional financial support as I expect by the capital receipts that we are generating during this financial year. But you can see all of the criteria that has been set by government, and also the expectation of the criteria regarding the 25-26. In terms of the robustness of the budget, because we have the additional council tax increase of the 2.5% above the referendum threshold and the 43 million exceptional financial support, there is a balanced budget. We've worked together across the financial year, both members and officers, to deliver significant savings that have been banked within the budget and to enable us to make the growth provision where required so that the budgeted estimates are robust moving forward. The plan is for all savings, where possible, to be delivered before the financial year begins on the 1st of April 2025, so that we are not tracking a large cohort of savings throughout the financial year on their delivery. Actually, we will have delivered a significant part, if not all, before the financial year starts. There is a requirement on all budget managers to understand their budgets and to know the financial implications of the business decisions that they are taking. We are ensured, I am assured that executive director colleagues and the senior team with the chief executive are all on board in providing their assurance to me as a Section 151 officer in their budget assurance statements that have also been published. These are the first time that we've had these in the budget this time round, and that's a breakdown of their budget, their savings, the growth that's been allocated, and the expectations of what they will endeavour to do to try and remain within their budget so that we are in a financially sustainable position. I want to highlight to you all also that We have monthly recovery boards, both for adults and children. So children's have a financial recovery board and adults have a budget oversight board that I chair for both of them, in terms of the two big budget pressure areas in the council just being looked at on a monthly basis, in addition to their own directorate management team with their executive director, in addition to their reviews with their lead member, and in addition to the review with the executive that takes place. I have looked across the budget, and you will see within the budget papers in paragraph 9.3 on page 36 and within the main budget report, I have increased contingency by another £6 million, taking the contingency to a full £12 million, with an additional £3 million for a risk provision that both sit within the budget on an ongoing basis. The plan is never to allocate these, but to be there as the next point of call should a pressure or a risk arise in the financial year within the budgets that services have, and they can't fully mitigate and bring back to a balanced position their entire pressure or risk that has emerged, that we can go to risk provision at the first point of call, then contingency, that will enable us to preserve our earmarked reserves where possible. The next stage would be to go to the business risk reserve, which reminds me I should let members know that I have reprioritised and reviewed all earmarked reserves across the organisation, prioritising taking the general fund balance to a £60 million general fund balance, which is approximately 10% of the net revenue budget, and also the priority is to take them both and track the budget at 10% of the net revenue budget, as well as the business risk reserve, which is not quite at that level, but that will be the next line of defence, so that we're not drawing on general reserves, general fund balance. The robustness of the capital estimates are all within the Treasury Management Strategy and the capital appendices. The borrowing levels are affordable within the revenue budget and have been built in. It's important for me to flag that. And there have been a number of changes that we have made in reprofiling the capital programme and the revenue cost of borrowing that has followed suit. I have made provision in the 2025-26 budget to, whilst we are actively considering selling assets in order to finance exceptional financial support capitalisation direction, we also have a flexible use of capital receipts policy that is also reliant on capital receipts financing that. So within the revenue budget, I've made provision for the 43 million exceptional financial support in terms of the revenue cost of that borrowing. Should there not be enough capital receipts that come through during the year, we can still finance it, and the revenue provision has been made, which ensures that the budget is robust. In terms of governance, I think I've covered most of that, and the adequacy of reserves, they are adequate for this financial year. They won't see us through if we don't have significant savings coming through in 26-27 and in future financial years. I have also included some information for you on pages 43 onwards, comparing us to other local authorities within the SIT for Resilience Index, which is a public index that anyone can look up, but I've taken some extracts in terms of levels of reserves. We have 1 year worth of data within this that has 2023-24. So this is based on the levels of reserves at the end of that financial year, not where we're planning on being at the moment. You can see that we are we're at the bottom of the second, third compared to other unitary authorities in terms of 60 unitary authorities. In terms of our social care ratio, you can see that there, and you can see our borrowing amounts in terms of us being fourth compared to 60 other unitary authorities. I've also included all unitary authorities and single tier authorities further on when we look at our borrowing, because we are the second biggest unitary in the country, so the absolute borrowing number may appear to be quite high. However, when you look at chart 6 and look at our total debt as a percentage of core spending power, you can see where we sit comparatively. So I just wanted you to have both of those views. In terms of risk, there are a number of risks that have been included both here in this report to you and also in the main budget report. Uncertainty of government funding, economic risks, contract failure, budget implementation, adult social care, children's social care, homelessness, demand and demographics. I won't go on. And just in summary, the budget that you have presented before you is a robust, legal and balanced budget. Reserves are adequate and the estimates are robust. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Maria. Can I just remind members that our purpose in this item is to consider and comment upon the recommendations which the Executive will consider at its meeting on the 3rd of March. Members. Councillor Seep.
I think this may be around the language used when the matter is considered, rather than necessarily the substance of the recommendations. But I think those of us who've been around finance papers for a while recognise the language being used. I feel that the basket of process, which is called exceptional financial support, is perhaps a cleverly named one, because it sort of implies to the lay reader that there's some money being gifted somewhere. And I think we need to be clear that it is only the three things: the capitalisation direction, the flexible use of capital receipts, and the freedom to go above the 3% plus 2% principle before hitting referendum limit. So it's very much a relaxation of rules that, to be honest, don't apply outside of local government, in order to allow us to try and recover the situation from the financial emergency. And the capitalisation direction in particular, I think, the plain language version of that is that the people of Somerset are allowed to sell off some of the things that Somerset owns in order to pay the bills, which are not normally, which is a process not normally allowed in local government. I think, we need to be quite clear that although we are greatly relieved, this is about the government moving out of the way and letting Somerset solve Somerset's problems with Somerset's money and carrying forward Somerset's debt. There hasn't been any largesse here, just a generosity of spirit. And I just didn't feel that came out in the report, that the EFS process isn't actually cash being handed to us. It's freedoms being granted. But I have to say, I thought it was an extremely good report, and I'm pleased to see that when executive get their report, it's going to include the comparative work. I think that is particularly the borrowing as a proportion of the spending power is a very useful paper to see, because it sets the context properly. We are facing the high costs that we've always said rural areas face, and we have a very low tax level compared to everybody else, and hence the issues. And I think also the figures on how much has been foregone through the tax freeze will help executive to see this in the round.
Thank you very much, Councillor Seeb. Councillor Filmer.
It was just a couple of comments and questions, if I could. One of the concerns, I agree much with what Councillor Seeb just said, but also I think my concerns are still with where we are in the process. We've seen the letters, and the letters in terms of the wording that's come out. I think there's a lovely phrase in there. This letter therefore sets out the department's current position, but does not constitute a capitalisation direction. So again, we have the warm words, but we're still waiting on government to actually confirm. And without that, we are in real trouble. We cannot go without. So we're being asked to make decisions without the full guarantee that government is actually right behind us, because I think the Deputy Prime Minister is minded to approve in the letter. And again, that sends shivers down my spine, because I'm thinking, okay, if they don't do that, I presume we're not alone, but we are in deep trouble if they are not minded at a later stage. And this is where we were 12 months ago. We were expecting a confirmation of what was happening then, and we're now got a nice warm words for next year, and leaves us in exactly the same position. So I'd just like a bit of a clarification as to where we are in that and how secure we are. The other bit that I wanted a confirmation on, and you mentioned it in your comments about these Directorate Budget Assurance Statements, which sound wonderful. However, again, I'm just a little worried about some of the wording. I'd like to know what the teeth are to those in terms of making sure that our directors deliver, because again, there's phrases like best endeavours, which again sends that shiver down the spine, thinking it sounds really nice, but are there any actual teeth for the finance department to make sure that all our services deliver on what they're making promises on? Because without those being delivered in full, the report basically says we're in real deep trouble. So we'd just like those assurances, please.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the first. Councillor Sabre, you're quite right. It's freedoms that we've been given, and I will make that clear the next time I present it. Two freedoms: the additional council tax of 2.5% and the 43 million exceptional financial support to balance the budget. In terms of the letter, I appreciate that. I think at the time where exceptional financial support was first thought about for local government, it was meant to be exceptional and in exceptional circumstances. And we've seen a number of local authorities that needed it that issued Section 114 notices. And this is the way that they were being supported to come out of that process, with additional council tax above the referendum threshold and the ability to sell assets or borrow to finance the revenue deficits that they had. Fundamentally, we've gone from 19 councils in 24-25 to 30 councils. So we can see that there are a number of local authorities that has increased. However, I think the wording in the letter is linked to there have been local authorities that have requested exceptional financial support. They're not drawing it down because they haven't needed it. So I think the phrase that's in the 25-26 letter on page 55 that says we will continue to work with you on the final amount of support required for the financial year 24-25 ahead of issuing any capitalisation directions. Officials will discuss this with you in due course. I think that enables that dialogue and the emphasis to be on us to tell them exactly what we need, which is what I'm doing. And I'm very, very clear with them. We'll be taking that full amount, and I will be reducing the call on our earmark reserves so that we're in a position where our financial resilience through our reserves can carry us through in latter years. I've also made contributions to earmark reserves, planned contributions in 27-28, assuming that we balance 26-27 in a sustainable way. We will start to contribute to reserves moving forward so that we can start to rebuild that resilience. You asked about the budget assurance statement and the language. I thought the language was quite fair because actually in the Constitution, and these paragraphs are within page 38 of the report, it's very clear what the council expects through the Constitution of every budget manager. So there was nothing new in those. The council constitution makes it very clear of what budget managers are responsible for and what they're expected to do. And I think that's where the teeth lie. But I think for me, this is all about a joint endeavour. I have the support of the executive leadership team and the chief executive that are buying into doing everything that we can collectively at the top team. And this will filter through. This is what the expectation will be of anyone that's got a budget, that is a budget manager, that they know their budgets, they understand the financial implications of everyday business decisions. So there isn't a requirement to wait to you look at your budget monitoring to know where you are. That they're actually at the time where you're taking that decision about that service or that contract, you understand its financial implications and whether it's affordable, both in the short term and the medium term as well as long term. So I think there's enough here. I expect Scrutiny to have a role in holding budgets to account in the same way that we're looking at the Q3 in a few minutes. Those questions about where are the mitigations, what are you doing to deliver your savings, and you will see an improved position. I won't talk about that just now, but when we come to Q3, I'll give you more of a view. And it's incredibly important that we are taking those actions, because that's the discipline that we need as an organisation, so that finance becomes something that we can move into a better space on.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Mansell.
Okay, a couple of points, and they're both related to the one of the budget assurance statements, page 74 for the for community, place and economy. Firstly, it's sort of more of intended more as a comment, that on page 74 there is a what in effect is a saving or an income being shown from parking policy changes. We will be debating that later on, and I think that's the right time to have this debate. At this point, I would just like to note that that causes me concern that an income is being baked into the budget at this time, and assurance expected on its delivery. So that is intended as more of a comment and something we may wish to note going forward. A question, partly observation as well, and checking I'm understanding correctly. Page 75, and this is both to two items connected to recycling centres. Now, for the year we're still in, just ending, there's two unachievable savings listed there. One quite considerable for savings from the core contract for recycling centres of £883,000, and then another one for a countywide booking permit scheme to use them of £44,000. My understanding is at those levels they've gone. I think I'm correct in saying that, but obviously looking for a correction if I've misunderstood. But what has happened instead is what is now proposed is shown on page 73, and the booking scheme, permit scheme, has come back again. It was undeliverable at £44,000, but it now needs to be delivered at £191,000, so 4 times as much, which is interesting. And on the other hand, the savings from the core contracts again, but they're now a tenth of what they were at £80,000. So I guess what I'm mostly doing is checking I've understood it correctly. I do wonder about the deliverability of the booking permit scheme and why the income from that has gone up by so much. So really just looking for sort of checks and any responses to that.
Through you, Chair. So it's important to flag that these. I'll just note your view on parking policy. Clearly, I'm not discussing that at the moment. What's important to flag here is these are the savings. So the ones that have got the tables 4A and 4B, they are, and I don't like the headings. So in the new financial, you'll be changing it. They won't be called at risk and unachievable, because that makes it seem that we're never able to achieve it, when actually, if it's still in the budget, my expectation is that it will be achieved. And that's why it's still here. So anything that's here, the reds and the ambers have been pulled through just to demonstrate that they will actually need to be delivered next year, if not before. The greens haven't been added, that are in delivery but not yet delivered, and in blue, and I'll come to that when we look at the Q3. Should any of those not get delivered, they will be added to these lists and they'll be tracked next year for delivery, because unless we are reversing a saving out or we are substituting it publicly, it still exists. So my expectation is that these will be delivered. Now, I think the combination of the two that you've chosen, I'm going to talk to you broadly about savings. So if there's a saving that was for delivery in 24-25, and then there's an additional amount that we can deliver for 25-26, they'll appear as two separate lines, but essentially one is the saving from 1 year and the other one is an additional amount. So the expectation is that both get delivered. It's not that one replaces the other, because we're not substituting anything here. So I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And clearly, it was important clarification for me because I hadn't got it right, and so thank you. It's not one or the other; it's both. I think perhaps the only thing I should say, my feeling is that climate and place scrutiny should be looking closely at this and understanding what's going on, because clearly there's a significant amount of money that the council needs to save here, and we need to look at what's involved. Thank you.
Climate and Place have heard what you've said, Councillor Mansell. Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. I think I might have the same page numbers as everyone else for this one, which is quite exciting. So I noticed on page 20 and 21, there was talk about MHCLG intervention. I wondered whether that was something you've seen before and therefore can predict what that might be, or whether it's somewhat an unknown at the moment, and obviously whether it will happen at all. And also on page 22, paragraph 5.1, it says the council's financial position is critical, and despite the allowed interventions, the forecast is that the budget gaps will increase, and we're at the mercy of external events such as inflation, which is already higher than something I saw somewhere in one of the papers that said it would be about 2.75% by the middle of this year, and we're now at 3%, and obviously that could have a significant impact on us. And so I suppose I'm asking whether the executive should consider, because that's how we're supposed to be looking at this, is what the executive should be looking at. You know, are we, I hate to say it, but, you know, are we really going to be able to avoid this section 114 notice? Thank you.
So the council's financial position is critical, and that's why we've needed the exceptional financial support. So I think it's really important that we all understand that as the landscape that we're working from. We can see that we took exceptional financial support in the current financial year. We can see that the external auditors have issued 2 statutory recommendations at the end of 23-24. So the horizon, I think it's fair to say it's right there. We can all see it. It's important for me to be giving you my professional opinion about where we are. If we were balancing in a sustainable way, I'd be saying to you, we've managed to balance in a sustainable way, and we are on the road to sustainable budgets moving forward, which is where we're trying to get to. We're not quite there yet, but we have taken a significant amount of one-offs out of the budget this year. So we've gone from that 80 to 43. There were a number of savings, and I've said this at other scrutiny meetings and executive meetings. There were a number of savings that officers have been working on that were not robust yet, and that's why they haven't been included in the budget. I'm very tough on what I let into the budget because I like the robustness of the estimates to be in a position where I can give you that assurance. So if they're not quite robust, they don't make it in, but we don't stop working on them because we've got a £43 million one-off in this budget. If we start to develop those savings and they can be delivered earlier in the year, we don't always need to bring them to an executive or a full council meeting for agreement, because there may not be a policy change that we're making, for example. It may be that we've decided we've come to an end of a contract and we're just not going to run with the same specification. We're going to reduce what we need because we no longer need some of those other things. Technology has moved on, or the service is different now, and therefore we don't need that contract at that value, and we can cash a saving. So I think it's important that every officer in the council is thinking like that, so that we can bring smaller and larger savings forward. So there are those opportunities. You mentioned inflation. So inflation, while inflation is kind of hovering at that 2.5–3% mark at the moment, we've still got that higher rate of inflation that's been built into all of our costs. So we've had to take that into account. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we come on to the main budget report. But we've made an inflationary provision for certain services. We've also made an inflationary provision for our pay award for staff, which I don't know where it will land. We've made a provision for it. We will need to see where that comes to, and hence why I've created provisions within the budget, so that if we have something that's not known, because there will be lots of unknowns, none of us can see into the future. So making those provisions so we have a prudence within the budget is, and we have the contingency and risk provisions in the budget, is what I've tried to create here so that we can preserve reserves moving forward.
And on the MHCLG interventions as well, please. Thank you.
So we're not on the intervention list. It was very clear from the letter that there's no mention of an intervention, but I think we need to continue to demonstrate that positive direction of travel. So ideally, what we need to be moving towards is the next budget, if possible, to be a sustainable budget without exceptional financial support. But you will also note that within this Section 25 statement, I've said in numerous places that I expect that we will need exceptional financial support because the gap is so big in 26-27. Now, if we need exceptional financial support in 1 year, then it just moves into the following year. Again, it doesn't disappear. It's not if it's the capitalisation direction anyway, it doesn't disappear. If it's additional council tax increase, then it enables us to take that on an ongoing basis. And I would also add that the exceptional financial support has been something that government have put in place to enable us and other councils to set a balanced budget at this time of year, because it's very clear that without this help, we would be in Section 114 territory.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the room wishing to speak, so I will move to our hands online, the first of whom is Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I apologise that I'm reading documents from the website and there's no page numbers, but hopefully you'll find it. A couple of things from me. And I'll do just two things separately, if I may, Chair. The first one on the actual decision report, number 5, bullet point 3. Let me just find that as well. Yeah. So there's an extract there from the letter that's been received, which says that there is an expectation that the authority should avoid the disposal of community heritage assets where possible. I would say that letters to some other representatives are perhaps a bit more robust. And I've read one that says that where a council is considering financial capitalisation, support through capital receipts, this should not be from the disposal of community and heritage assets. So a slightly different wording there, which makes it a bit more robust. So, and what I've noticed is that wasn't a conditional direction in the 24-25 letter. So that's kind of something new that's propped up in this one. The Cornhill Market in Bridgewater is up for sale, yet it is registered as a designated heritage asset as defined by the National Planning Policy Framework. The direction given by MHCLG to me says that this should not be on the asset disposal list. So will it be removed is my first question really, and my assumption is that there will be other designated heritage assets on the asset disposal list. So how many of those are there? And if they have to be removed from the asset disposal list, what effect will that have on the 25-26 budget and the MTFP? Because that will obviously have an effect in terms of expected income and the ongoing maintenance costs of those various buildings. So that's the first one from me, Chair, please.
Through you, Chair. So the letter is the letter. We've used the same wording that's in the letter. It's clearly a new parameter that government is giving us. As I've already said, while I'm looking for capital receipts to be received so that we do not have to finance the exceptional financial support through borrowing, I have made the borrowing provision and the MRP within the budget that is before this committee and will go on to council. I'm going to hand over because in terms of the specific assets that you're referring to, the specific assets have got nothing to do with my Section 25 statement. So I don't believe that it's appropriate that I answer that.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of specific assets, there may be 2 or 3 assets that we're looking at which you could potentially consider in that category. The one you highlighted, Councillor, we don't believe it's about the use of the asset. It's about why the council appropriates the asset. The planning designations aren't relevant because, for example, that would mean that potentially any listed building could be considered a community heritage asset, which obviously it wouldn't be. So it's not based on the planning designation, it's based on the appropriation and the reason why the council holds the asset. So of course, now we've received the letter, which I've pointed out we only got in a few days ago, we will have a quick review of that. But at this point in time, we don't believe it's necessary to change the disposal programme at all. And we will be proceeding. If obviously after we've done a quick review, we change our minds on that, we'll let everyone know. But at this point in time, that proceeds because it's an asset which of course is of community use and of heritage interest. But it's also held by us particularly as a commercial asset at this point in time, commercial income. But that's why we need to review the appropriations and just make sure we get that right in line with that letter that we received.
Very much. And you had another question, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the work that's going to be done on that. Thank you. So my second question, and my only other question on this, there's a lot on there. So actually, firstly, thanks, Maria, for your very in-depth report. I'll just pick one thing from it, one of the things that did stand out for me. On your particular report, which is on Appendix A, 14.2, there's actually a list within that of what would actually happen. So you've said if a Section 114 was issued. In various budget monitoring reports to the executive, and indeed in the one that's going to exec this week, one recommendation that has regularly been there has been to take all of the necessary actions and continuing to operate as if a Section 114 had been issued. So we've now got before us in 14.2 a list of things that we would be doing if a Section 114 had been issued, and we're not doing it. So to me, there's a clear admittance there that the exec haven't been operating as if a Section 114 had been issued, although clearly the exec have voted to do so. I take some issue with that. So what I want to know is, now that we know what we were doing if there was a Section 114, will the executive be incorporating this, or will you be suggesting for the exec to incorporate this list into what it does when it talks about and votes for acting as if a Section 114 had been issued?
Through you, Chair. So I believe the actions that we're taking during the financial year that had already been in train when I arrived signal all of that. Is there any specific action that you've picked up on, Councillor Rodriguez, that you would like to draw my attention to?
Did you hear that, Diego?
Sorry, no, I haven't. No, I think Maria froze to me. It might be my internet.
Shall I say it again?
Yeah, go on.
No, that's absolutely fine. So is there a particular action or actions that you would like to draw my attention to in the list? Because what we've tried to do here is give you a more comprehensive list, and behind the scenes these actions are taking place where we're expecting each individual department, we have boards in place to prevent non-essential expenditure, etc. We're not taking a report to council because we've not issued a Section 114. So is there an action in particular that you'd like to draw my attention to as an example?
Well, I'd like to refer to all of the 14.2 because there are a number of things there which I don't think are being done. So all of it, and I'm more than happy to have a written response if it takes some time to go through and check if that is indeed what the executive and the council are doing. But by putting that in the report, it reads to me that they're not being done because that's what would be done if a Section 114 had been noticed, above and beyond what's already being done. That's how I've read it in the report. So happy if you do a written response once you've looked into it, if you feel like that's more appropriate.
I believe that these actions are taking place. I actually believe that we're doing something that isn't expected under Section 114 specifically, because expenditure can't, you're not pushing expenditure through, but we've also got additional challenge sessions that are taking place for expenditure that is being forecast to happen, that is being pulled back under mitigations as well. But I think this is the complete list, just to make members aware. I'm happy to provide a written response, but I believe that these actions are taking place. One of the reasons why they've been listed like this here, it's not because they're not happening, it's because we've not detailed them. And given that this is my section 25 statement, it's important that members understand the implications of our financially critical position and what would happen if something happened during the financial year that meant that the exceptional financial support was insufficient in terms of and also the corporate contingency, the risk provision, so that members are aware what would happen and how the process works when a Section 114 notice is issued, because I think that awareness is incredibly helpful.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next online speaker, which is Councillor Osborne. Sue?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, and thank you for your comprehensive report, Maria, and the professional chairing we're seeing so far. My question is, and it's all linked into paragraph 4.3. I'm not going to give page numbers because it varies, of the actual written report itself, where it states quite clearly on paragraph 4.4 that we're unable to meet our best value duty, and the likelihood that this possibly could create government intervention. It's actually quite a fundamental thing, because if we haven't delivered the transformation business case at pace so far, and we should have delivered it last year as per the 24-25 capitalisation in principle letter, and we've actually earned 2 red flags from the auditor in the process, plus an increased number of key recommendations, what are you proposing to do differently, or at all, to ensure that you do get that delivery at pace, bearing in mind you look like you're going to have to implement 45 recommendations, which you as the senior management have had sight of from that CIFA report, but the rest of us have got to wait for it to appear on the .gov website. Paragraph 4.5 that covers pages 10 and 11 makes it clear that government can intervene if it's not happy with us. Just because it's fine with us now doesn't mean it's going to be in the future. It can create an assurance board to help us, or at worst case scenario, it can ask for the commissioners to take over during the financial recovery phase. So if that happens, what is the difference between that and our own issuing of a section 114? I'm just concerned that so far the track record isn't sparkly, and what are we going to do to pick up the pace and keep the government from the door, so to speak?
Thank you, Sue. Maria.
So you've picked up on the risks that I've highlighted, which means that the report is clear. It's very important that while we don't have government intervention, and while government hasn't said that we're in failure of our best value duty with regard to financial sustainability, that these are the risks that we may face. And I wanted you to understand them as members, to know that it could get worse for us as a local authority. It isn't just about the issue of a Section 114 notice, it's about whether government also has confidence in our ability to move ourselves into a financially sustainable position. There are a number of assurances that government will be looking for. There will be the assurances from myself, there will be the assurances from the public reports, there will be the assurances of the track record and the progress that we're making. There will be the assurances from the external auditors and other external reports, such as the CIFA report that was undertaken. So it's incredibly important for us, and this is across the board, not just for the statutory recommendations that have been made, where there is an external review that has been undertaken, that we implement the recommendations and we implement them in full at pace, so that we are in a position where we're making that area that we've been given a recommendation for as robust as possible moving forward.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up, Chairman, please? How confident are you, Maria, that we actually can do this, bearing in mind we're going to have less staff to help us after April, and that we can comply with government requirements? And what is the risk if we don't, that they actually don't agree the capitalisation directive, either in full or even only partly, because there's only 20 million of that 2024 one being carried forward into 25-26. What happens to the balance?
So it's down to us, and you'll see from the budget covering report, which we will come on, that there's a whole transformation section, not only talking about the transformation moving forward, but also listing some of the initiatives, not only in terms of the cross-cutting, but also within adults and children's directorates. Within the medium-term financial strategy, the approach of how we need to move forward is clearly articulated there. And I will talk a little bit more about that there, because I feel that I'm in danger of talking about the whole budget report while I talk about the Section 25 statement. But this is all about, we need to move at pace. It needs to have substance. We need to ensure that we are constantly thinking about being as efficient as possible, constantly thinking about value for money when we're taking business decisions, and asking ourselves, why are we doing that initiative at that price in that way? Technology has moved on, AI, there's so many different ways of operating, and we need to think about how we're reshaping our services to deliver for the future, which is something that we're all signed up to.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the paper.
That seagull's been around for a very long time, Councillor Chilcott.
He has. He's very hungry, seagull. Just to say, I read the paper. I think I could have 100 questions to ask, but all the details there. But it throws up 101 concerns and questions from it. So my first question is, you've decided to add a risk provision of 3 million and increase the corporate contingency budget to 12 million within the budget. That is almost identically the extra amount we have asked our public, our hard-pressed public, to pay for what looks like a bit of a paper exercise. And in that, I say that because we've not effectively used contingency this year and rarely used it in previous years. So that's my first question.
So it's purely coincidental, actually, because £6 million contingency is wholly insufficient for an organisation this size with in excess of £600 million net budget. It's very clear to me. I appreciate we may not be using it in the current financial year, but we've got 80 million of one-offs that are in the budget. We clearly needed a lot more than 6 million to help us bridge that gap. So I understand where you're coming from, but the two are, for me, absolutely necessary. And I would track this financial year to let me know whether the 3 million risk provision is sufficient enough, because this is all about preventing any further drawdowns from reserves. Our reserves are at a low level. I want to keep them at the level they're at and get them increasing so that our financial resilience is in a place where we don't need exceptional financial support. We don't need any additional support. We're able to do it. We're financially sustainable and resilient as an organisation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So just moving on, actually, because you've morphed nicely into it, reserves. So we have a number of earmarked reserves, but when you actually look at the earmarked reserves, many of them you could not use because they are there for reasons and they need to be there. And I'll just pick up one, our insurance reserve, because we self-insure. And in the paper, you say we've got just about adequate reserves. Is just about adequate. And within that, how much of the reserves actually could we draw on should we need to? Because I would challenge gently that some of them you just could not touch even if you needed to.
So that's why I've created, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about Appendix M because I will come to it, but you can see the total earmark reserves and you can see restricted earmark reserves and the specific ones. But the important thing to look at when you're looking at the earmark reserves is to see the business risk reserve that I have created. There's about £40 million that I have reprioritised of all other risks. That would be the place if contingency and risk provision proved to be insufficient after directorates took all the mitigating actions that they could to bring any forecast overspend or risk that has emerged within their directorate after corporate actions have taken place as well. If they prove to be insufficient, then the business risk reserve is where we're going. We're not touching general reserves, general fund balance. I believe that the business risk reserve should be at approximately 10% of the net revenue budget, but as it currently stands, our reserves are not enough to get us there. So I am building that into the medium-term financial plan. And I hope that as we get to the end of this financial year, that £17 million drawdown on earmarked reserves gets as close to zero as possible. And the remainder I will put into that business risk reserve to bolster it up to the levels that I'm talking about, that should provide adequate coverage in terms of risk beyond the risk provision and the contingency.
Thank you very much. I think for the public generally reading the paper, it's highly confusing when we're talking about reserves, exceptional financial report, capital receipt flexibilities. I could go on. So the one thing that I couldn't get a sense of within your report is how much have we actually pulled on all of those things, and how many levers have we pulled over 23, 24, 24, 25 and 25, 26, and from what it looks like in future years. I think when we look at our budget this year, it looks to the public as if we'll call it underspent. It hasn't been a true underspend. And I think especially for our staff, it's really important to lay out how many other ways our budget has been supported, i.e. it's not a truly balanced budget, it's a budget that's been balanced using lots of other means that have been open to us.
So in the current financial year, there were three exceptional financial support in the form of a capitalisation direction, 36.884 million, 36.8 million of general use of reserves, and about 7.7 million of surplus from the collection fund. What I'm talking about for the new financial year is we've got the 2.5% granted above the referendum threshold for council tax. We've got 43 million granted in terms of the in-principle letter for exceptional financial support capitalisation direction, and no drawdown from earmarked reserves. We do have a surplus in the collection fund because the collection fund has been performing, which is welcomed. I would also add that in the current financial year, we do have that additional 40 million exceptional financial support, and also flexible use of capital receipts to be able to fund transformation and redundancies. So we are actively looking at anything that meets those criteria as we move towards year end to pull that money out of the revenue budget and use those mechanisms to enable us to do so. That should enable us to keep reserves at a certain level so that we can continue to build on them rather. The other reason why, when an organisation is in this financial position, it's appropriate for the earmarked reserves to be reviewed across the board and for corporate reserves to be created. You'll note that I've also created a transformation reserve to enable us to fund transformation should it not be eligible through flexible use of capital receipts, or we exceed the amount that we have in terms of the capitalisation direction, that we have that ability as well. But what I'm trying to minimise are different parts of the organisation utilising reserves for different things where we can't see that within the budget. So we've set a budget, we've been very clear about the workforce, we've been very clear about how it's funded, and I'm not expecting earmarked reserves to be reduced moving forward unless there is something that contingency and risk provision and mitigations can't pick up. I'm not expecting large amounts of earmarked reserves to be utilised because services are spending them on different things that they had earmarked them for. We've changed the priority of how we're operating so that they're more corporately based. That gives me a little bit more certainty around the level of reserves. Otherwise, not knowing who's spending the tiny pots of money that exist, they all add up. So it's a slightly different approach that we're taking across the board.
Thank you. And just for me, you don't create a reserve, it comes from somewhere else. So I could not quite work that out from the paper. So perhaps I can have an offline conversation. I think the message loud and clear for our public is that the council is overspending by tens of millions of pounds in its budget, effectively being supported with all these other triggers. So we are way off creating a truly balanced budget, and when I look at the papers, we are looking quite a few years ahead until we get to that position. I understand why, but that's the reality of where we are from my reading of the papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy, very much. So I think Janet Lloyd was online as well. Is Janet there? Oh, hello,
Yes, good
Janet.
afternoon, Chair.
Councillor Lloyd, how lovely to see you.
And you, Councillor Pugsley. I'm sorry, I haven't read the papers other than the car parking papers for a later item, but I'm very grateful for Councillor Rodriguez to bring up the issue of community and heritage assets. As you may or may not know, the old Ware building opposite the fire station, which was part of the Wellington Workhouse, and as I understand it, is a listed building, has been for sale by auction. It failed to sell at the first auction. It's still for sale at the moment. We were offered it first reserve at Wellington Town Council, and although personally I would have loved to have been able to purchase it, because, as I'm sure most members are aware, the Foxes Mill and Tone Works, where we've had a lot of levelling up funding to improve those locations, is only about a mile at the most down the road. And I thought it would be a good centre to direct people when we start doing the sightseeing tours to the mills again, to go there, but we couldn't afford it. So it was put up for sale, it didn't sell, it's for sale now. Bearing in mind what Councillor Rodriguez has said about the community and heritage assets, will you now be removing this from the sale market? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lloyd, thank you very much. You will be all too aware, thankfully aware probably, that you aren't a member of this authority. But it is nevertheless my prerogative to be able to ask you to speak as a member of the public. So we have heard you as a member of the public this afternoon.
That's fine, Councillor.
Thank you for your comment, duly noted. And Councillor Wren in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect this is, well, I hope this will be a rounding off the debate. I note from the report in front of us, the Section 25 report, that the Section 151 officer regards the budget in front of us that will be coming shortly to be robust and constituting a balanced and lawful budget. The word missing to me is sustainable. So as far as I can see, and I mean, these have been reflected in other comments, we're going to stagger over the threshold into 25-26, breathe a huge sigh of relief that we still have oxygen, in the sure and certain knowledge that in the following year there is another gaping black hole. So it's quite an interesting dynamic about, you know, whether how sustainable or the assurance about the budget, because we all know that further down the line it's looking very dodgy. I think my key point was that the government has been threatening for some time to come up with a series of to come up with a multi-year settlement to help councils like ourselves and others actually have some sort of certainty rather than living from hand to mouth year to year. But I do wonder whether that would come with a commensurate assurance required from the Section 25 report over a longer period. And so therefore, what would constitute, I mean, I'm just wondering how we can balance the budget over a period of time if they come up with a multi-year settlement. The amounts required to bail this authority and presumably many, many others will be colossal. And I suspect that from that point of view, it may not happen, which means that we're going to be in this sort of continuous annual limbo of just trying to balance the books. And so therefore the aspirations of this council when it was originally formed will simply not be able to proceed, because all our efforts will be going in to balance the books and making sure that we keep the bailiffs from the door, and we will shrink. I don't know where we're going with this. I mean, I would welcome the Section 151's officers' views on potential long-term local government funding. But the situation, the picture I'm looking here is grim for next year, and it's pitch black after that. Thank you.
Reasons to be cheerful, can Officer Christophe.
I have to say, I'm really reassured that members have understood the tone of my Section 25 statement, to be honest, and the enormity of the challenge that we have ahead. Table 1 and in the recommendations in the covering report, I speak about the gap in 26-27 being 101.384 million, rising to 190.041 million over the medium term horizon in those 4 years. And it's really clear that when you look at table 1, we don't have the earmark reserves to be able to mop that up and deal with it ourselves if there wasn't support. So I'm going to take members back to my closing statement, the last paragraph of the Section 25 statement, and this for me is the most critical part. Further significant additional savings, additional funding and council tax will be required so the council can balance the budget in future years. If the council cannot balance the budget in future years, it will require exceptional financial support. Otherwise, a Section 114 notice would need to be issued. A Section 114 notice would also need to be issued if the DSG override is not extended by government. So that's, you also asked me a question about government funding. So I have to say, the last time we had a multi-year settlement, I think it was in 2017-18 for 4 years, and we all had to produce an efficiency plan. And if you subscribed and you had your council agree an efficiency plan and agreed the 4-year settlement, then you were in a position where it couldn't get worse in those 4 years. So you locked it in at that base position. I think having certainty about future years funding is incredibly important because it de-risks something big in the budget. So whether we like the numbers or not, at least we know them and we know how to plan for the future and we know how to shape our organisation and our organisational services so that we can stay within that financial envelope. It's also critical for us to also be managing demand management approaches, transformation, continued transformation. It's not a one and done. We have to be thinking about that on an ongoing basis, and we're going to need to think about what that means for us in the future. So I would welcome a multi-year settlement, a multi-year funding settlement. I would also like a rolling 4-year multi-year funding settlement. So actually, every year when we set the budget, we know what the next 4 years are going to look like and we can plan accordingly. I have made representations to government so that they know our thoughts on these sorts of things. But given this budget, I am grateful to have received the letter in advance of this meeting and been able to reshape my Section 25 statement accordingly, because I received the in principle letter from government, because that gave me the assurance that I needed to be able to present to you today.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, my understanding of the comments that have been made this afternoon are that there are considerable concerns and anxieties about the long-term financial stability of the authority. There are specific concerns about, for instance, the security of the capitalisation direction. But nevertheless, I am not hearing any specific recommendations for the executive at the moment, unless Councillor Seaby, you're about to tell me that you have something you think we should.
I'm just wondering, Chairman, I led with my tune at the start of the debate by saying EFS is not money coming from London. It's freedom to allow yourself, to allow you to do things which normal organisations can do anyway. And I do think, you know, I would like to recommend the to executive that they would clear up that this is Somerset being allowed to fix the Somerset problem, albeit slowly and painfully, using Somerset money. It's not a bailout.
Okay, well, I hear what you say, Councillor. We're, as I say, we're not directed necessarily to have a vote on recommendations now, but we will be noting what has been said and we'll be passing that forward to the executive. Maria, you wanted to come back? I wanted to come in. While I didn't say what Councillor Sabe said, it's throughout the report that this, so it's here. I think the point is being made again. I think it's fair to say.
Just want to plain English.
And Councillor Chilcott, I think your hand is up again online.
Yeah, I was just saying I disagree with the word freedom absolutely and wholly. This is exceptional support. It's not a freedom just to use. And let's face it, we are selling assets to fund the day-to-day spend. That's not a freedom in financial terms or looking forward. I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So as I say, I don't think there are any specific recommendations that we need to vote on now. We are also comforted by the presence of the leader of council here so that he is able to, well, we all draw our comfort from wherever we can, Councillor Ribbon. So I think we will accept that what has been said, has been recorded. That will be transmitted to the executive, and we will now have an adjournment for 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene at 3:40. Bearing in mind that the leader of council has a packet of biscuits in front of him and everybody's looking very longingly at it, I think it behoves us to make as much sensible speed as we can for the remainder of the meeting. However, there is a lot of very important stuff to discuss. So we come to item 7, revenue and capital budget and council tax and medium-term financial strategy 25, 26, 29, 30. This is going to be presented initially by Councillor Lation.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have, of course, already covered parts of this paper in the previous paper. I'll add my apology for the late changes to the Section 25 report and other papers. I do realise that that has made it more difficult for members of scrutiny today. I certainly welcome the Minister's letter, and I'm very glad that we have that. And its conditions before we get to executive and then full council, of course. Please note that since setting the 24-25 budget, we have restructured the executive leadership team, and therefore the directorate budget lines are now revised for the year 25-26. I do understand that that makes comparison year on year difficult, but it is absolutely essential that that is done ready for the 1st of April. There are more than 30 papers here. They are both comprehensive and complex. Within the budget, we have growth, both in children's and in adults. We have some new growth since the last executive meeting to accommodate the retention of the Section 151 officer at Layer 2 in the new structure and the provision of an antisocial behaviour team. Our savings are divided into 3 parts. So we have the savings that were agreed in February 24 as the second year of savings. So some of that has already been mentioned. We have savings that were agreed at previous executive meetings and at the full council meeting on the 12th of February. And we have additional savings that we will come on to in the next paper on consistency of parking policy. We have already heard from our 151 officer about additional cover for risk and contingency, and I certainly welcome that. I'd like to just point out point 85 in the cover paper does include details on the council tax rate for Somerset, and I find that extremely relevant and important as we consider the possible additional 2.5% allowed by government without a referendum. So the Minister's view is very clear that even after the additional 2.5% is applied, Somerset is still below the average. So the impact of lost revenue per year due to the council tax freeze is approaching 27 million. The additional 2.5%, if agreed at full council, would bring in just over 9 million. Clearly, 9 million is not 27 million a year, and the figure of 294 million foregone council tax over those years from 2010 to the current year is a massive figure. But I do understand, Chair, that this is money from people's taxed income and that it is their household budgets. So we acknowledge, and in point 87, we particularly acknowledge the cost of living concerns have not abated. And so it's very important to note how we will help residents who are finding their household bills unmanageable, particularly since the changes to the council tax reduction scheme. There is one thing, Chair, that I wish to bring to your attention on page 150. It's been pointed out to me that there are two figures that have been inverted. So if you wanted to hire a set of orchestral music and you lived in Somerset or you lived elsewhere, you need to see those figures reversed because they're just the wrong way round. So that will be corrected.
I'm glad you've pointed that out, Cancellation, because I often use the service.
Then that is two users of the service in this room, and we'll make sure that both of you are happy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Maria, our interim 151 officer, Nicola Hicks, and the finance team, particularly those who've worked across weekends, late into the evenings, and who have had to revise papers at very short notice following the minister's letter. I do appreciate, not only is it hard work for members, but our officers are working extremely hard to make this possible. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hand over to Maria, if I may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lation. So I should start off by saying that the papers that are presented here are the papers before we had the announcement in terms of the 43 million exceptional financial support capitalisation direction. We published the covering report and most of the appendices before we received that. The Section 25 statement was published after, so it has been revised to take that into account. So wherever you see the words not yet confirmed in big bold writing or subject to exceptional financial support capitalisation direction, and of course there may be a narrative change, I would direct members, not right this second, but after this meeting, to read the executive papers because they have already been refreshed to take that into account. So there is a refreshed set of papers for the executive on the 3rd of March. Now, so I'm going to take you through these papers, but with the fact that we've received the MHCLG in principle letter from the Minister regarding the 43 million exceptional financial support capitalisation direction. There are in excess of 30 appendices here. I've tried to structure the budget report and the appendices so that it's referenced at all points in time, and that you can go to the appendix for the further detail. But there are a number of areas that I want to take members through myself so that you can understand from me where I'm coming from. This budget proposes a council tax increase of 7.49% in total. That's the 2.99% council tax, general council tax increase, plus the 2.5% that government have enabled, taking us to that 5.49%, and the 2% adult social care presets. Important that I highlight that. And in paragraph DD, I point out to members that the 2% increase on the adult social care precept is not the 2% increase on the social care element itself. It's the 2% increase on the total council tax that is for Somerset Council, in case members are wondering. There's been a number of different things that have happened in this financial year that are leading us to the budget setting. There have been a number of pressures that we've seen, included in the current financial year, that are continuing and have been represented within this budget. Adult social care and increase in demographic pressures and demand. These are all listed in paragraphs 52 onwards. Homelessness and temporary accommodation costs, children's social care and the complexity of need, and the cost of external placements. Social care, as I've mentioned before, in terms of inflation, as I've mentioned before, in terms of inflation may be hovering around the 2.5–3% mark at the moment. However, we've got baked in higher inflation that's running through our costs as we are at the moment, and interest rates in terms of the increase in revenue cost of capital. There are a number of risks that have been listed throughout, including the risk of statutory override on the DSG, as I've already mentioned. I'm not going to cover everything that I said in the Section 25 statement item, but I will need to make reference to some of them. I will make an assumption that you were all engaged in that discussion and not cover absolutely everything. And there is another statutory override, the IFRS 9 override, that potentially could affect us at the end of this financial year, but government are working on transitional arrangements. There have been a number of medium-term financial plan assumptions that I've included in table 1, and I just want to talk members through how some of those have come to be. So we've got additional growth that we've got within this budget of £21.7 million that we have added for 25-26, and there's further growth, new proposals that you haven't seen before this meeting that are 473,000, and when we come to the appendices I will point those out specifically because they're the ones that are for discussion now. The rest have all been discussed already by Scrutiny and Executive. I've mentioned increasing contingency by 6 million, and you can see that within the table, and the risk provision of £3 million, so taking contingency up to 12 million. There are small other corporate items such as levies that have been included, and savings already agreed. We are at nearly 47 million. With a savings substitute of 9 million that you have already seen before, and further savings proposed today that are for discussion are just over £1 million. We did receive some additional funding in terms of the local government finance settlement, and that 12 million has been recognised within the funding that we have received. However, we did lose a couple of grants in that. So the Rural Services grant was discontinued. That was almost £5 million, and the Services grant was also discontinued for us. I think that was, we had it built in for about 500,000. I think at one point it was probably more than that. But those were the assumptions that were built into the medium-term financial plan. We've received additional payment of extended provider responsibility payment of just over 9 million. And in the future years medium-term financial plan, I'll call it MTFP for speed. Stop me if anyone doesn't understand. I've reduced that to 6.5 million because I understand these payments will fluctuate. So next year we will see what that comes through at and adjust the budget accordingly, but I flatlined it at 6.5 million in the future. I've also removed all grants in the future that we are, because if they were built in and they're no longer continuing, we've taken them out. And I've also made provision for growth corporately, which is different to the way that the medium-term, the MTFP was previously constructed. So allocation of growth within the growth appendix in terms of providing more budgetary provision has been listed by directorates that you can see exactly which services are receiving it. Anything for future years, 2026, 27 onwards, has been held as a corporate provision based on the assumptions of what I can see coming through and some of the initiatives that I know will need to take place. It's down to us corporately to take action to prevent that growth provision being required, because that is growing the budget gap in future years. So there is quite a significant amount in there. I think there's about £50 million per year associated with growth. So we need to think about how we're pulling that back in future years, so it's not required. We've got a collection fund surplus of just over £8 million. It's in 1 year and comes out the next, and we've made some adjustments for council tax base in the 25-26 and onwards. I've also changed the fundamental assumptions around business rates because I think there was an assumption that there would be lots of funding that was all rolled into one because there was going to be some changes in business rates. That hasn't yet happened, even though the Chancellor in her speech did mention in the autumn that there would be a fundamental review of business rates coming up. So I've made the adjustments there and reduced what will be coming in through business rates in our assumptions, increase them for next year and then flatline them in future. I also mentioned a fundamental review of the capital programme and pushing the capital programme into future years so it's more appropriately profiled, as I have promised since I've arrived here, that review. I've also reviewed with the team the minimum revenue provision and its policy. So we've got that all straightened out for the revenue cost of borrowing. So you can see the reprofiling of capital financing moving forward. I did say I've made provision for the £43 million exceptional financial support capitalisation direction within the revenue cost of borrowing and the capital financing requirement in the event that we don't sell enough assets that we can finance the allocation that we've been given by government. I've also got in future years, you can see in 2027-28 a contribution of £5 million going into reserves. That's split between 2.5 million for transformation reserve and 2.5 million for business risk reserve. You may ask yourselves, why have I not started this in an earlier year? And I would have liked to. Unfortunately, the gap in 26-27 is over £100 million, and therefore it's not appropriate that I start to contribute to reserves only to make the gap even bigger. So the alert that I would like to raise with you is to ensure that we can actually start to contribute to reserves means that we need to be financially sustainably balanced. And if we're not, by the time we get to 27-28, we will not be able to start to contribute to reserves, and that assumption will need to roll into a future year. You can see the gaps as they were presented, and table 2 continues through so that you can see the absolutes in each financial year in terms of what's available. The Somerset local government settlement figures have also been included for completeness, and the core spending power within table 4. We've also included in table 5 the effect of the assumed council tax increases at the 4.99%, and later on in the report there is also the 7.49 as well as within the recommendations. I've also included within the report just a reminder in paragraph 87 about the support and help that is available, the exceptional hardship scheme, the support that we've put in place for anyone suffering in hardship within our residents. And I would encourage anyone that's got challenges paying their council tax to come forward and speak to the council tax team, because they are here to help. They are here to help in terms of reprofiling and creating payment plans, but also ensuring that payments can be taken over 12 months. If someone's entitled to benefits that they don't know about, we can help them access them. So it's incredibly important, and that's all in there. Within business rates, we've highlighted the business rates and how they all come together in terms of the funding. This may all change in the future. So in terms of 25-26, these are the numbers that we are aware of. There's a whole section on our grants that I would let members read themselves, but I think in terms of our budgeted growth, we've put in £58 million within services. You can see that in table 8. It's broken down by services, and then in table 9 broken down by savings, by growth type, growth, both of those. Savings are in table 10. I'm getting ahead of myself. And these are all listed so that you can see exactly where we are in terms of 25-26, but also the entire medium term horizon. They're broken down by savings presented to different executive meetings, so you can track them through with the public reports, also by directorate and by savings type. I've included the proportion of funding costs to the net revenue stream within here. It's also within the Treasury Management Strategy in table 13, and we're hovering at just that 10% mark, which in 25-26 we're just under it, and in future years we're just over it, and just managing that over the medium term horizon is going to be incredibly important to us in terms of affordability. I'm going to take members to, we've spoken about usable reserves. The same forecast deficit table is in this report, table 17. Again, I highlight to members that deficits are not permitted in the general fund, apart from the dedicated schools grant. So this is for illustrative purposes only. We would be in section 114 territory. I've already mentioned the statutory recommendations by the external auditors. They're mentioned in this report for completeness because we need to have regard to these statutory recommendations, because they are all about financially sustainable budgets and our transformation programme delivering savings to enable us to get there. Our capital programme is included here for completeness in table 18 on page 39, including the HRA. I know you've had the HRA budget discussion already, but for completion, we include the HRA here as well, so you can see the total capital programme in terms of its presentation. There are a number of additional schemes that are within Appendix Q. I can just find it. Appendix P for new capital schemes, so that members can see those. I make reference to the transformation programme in paragraphs 166. Listen a number of initiatives for the transformation programme that are also replicated within the medium-term financial strategy, which is Appendix G, for members that has more detail, and also within paragraph 168 and also paragraph 172 list the initiatives that are also being looked at for transformation within the Adults and Children's Directorate. So we're not just looking at cross-cutting transformation, we're looking at within Adults and Children's Directorate that may feature in the cross-cutting transformation, but I think it's important to recognise the direction of travel that we have already established and how much work will still need to be done to get us there. The DSG allocations, dedicated schools grant allocations, have been presented here for completion, and members will note that we are drawing from the dedicated schools grant deficit reserve in order to finance the expected need, anticipated need for 25-26 in the high needs block. I need to keep saying that without the statutory override being extended on the dedicated schools grant deficit, we will be in section 114 territory as well as other local authorities across the country. In terms of risks, the risk that was presented here, we now have the letter for the exceptional financial support, the minded to letter from the Minister. So the report that you will see in terms of the executive will be worded slightly differently, because we can recognise that. Of course, I draw members' attention to all of the appendices within this report, including the Section 25 statement, and I would reiterate that, in my opinion, as a Section 151 officer, the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves are that this budget is a balanced, robust legal budget presented before you, and our reserves are adequate for the current for 25-26. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could start with any questions in relation to the overall report, please, before getting down into the detail of any of the appendices. Although I appreciate that sometimes it's difficult to ask a well-founded question without referring to the appendix, but if you can try and focus in on the general report in the first instance, that would be very helpful. Councillor Farber-High.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is actually on the pressures and risks, if I may. It refers to our inability to attract and retain investments, stimulate local business growth, and implement economic development strategies. Do we know the real reason behind this?
So economic growth is something that since the pandemic has varied across the country, and some areas have bounced back while others have taken quite some time in order to recover and then move forward in terms of the forecasts and predictions. We are a tariff authority in terms of business rates, so we're kind of part of the pool that contributes to the pool. We need to wait and see the impact of the Chancellor's announcement regarding business rates more broadly. But in terms of economic growth, there are some big initiatives that are happening in Somerset and in the surrounding areas. We will need to see how that impacts our residents in terms of jobs, in terms of employment, in terms of being able to come out of that cost of living crisis that were the concerns coming straight out of the pandemic. But we all need to track all of that, our tax base, track our business rates, and track our collections on income and fees and charges.
I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm actually more inclined to think about a small, medium enterprises and our estate of High Street. That's where I'm actually coming from, if I may.
I think that will vary from different parts of Somerset, as I've seen in other boroughs and counties. So I think it really does depend on the locality, and where there is potential support for businesses to help them, especially when they go from being micro to being slightly bigger businesses, and employing people and actually helping people with paying national living wage, etc., etc.
Councillor Filmer.
Thank you. It's a slightly general question. I'm not sure who it's aimed at either, but I'll let the officers decide. In terms of table 12 on page, well, on one of the documents it was page 92, but it's table 12, summary of savings by type. Obviously, a lot of this is down to restructuring and the process that we've been going through in terms of transformation. On that table, I think it highlights that 58% of all the savings being made are going to be in terms of service level. Now, throughout the discussions we've heard that we're not stopping doing services, but if we're making 58% of our savings in terms of service level, what level of service are we left with?
So it says service levels, doesn't say reduction in service levels. These are the criteria that were set out under the previous medium-term financial strategy back in February and then in April 2024. So a large proportion of that is our workforce saving, as you're well aware, and the service implications, I think, have been discussed to a very large extent across the board, and indeed at full council on the 12th of February. So I would say this is not a category that talks about reduction in services. However, it does mention service levels. It's the criteria that was originally set as the theme.
I think, Chair, I'm not saying that this is anything new, but I think it does just make it very clear that sort of you can't take those sort of savings out of services without very much affecting what the level of services that we're going to be aware and our public will be receiving. And I think that's something we all need to be well aware of before we get to the new financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So my question actually runs on a similar line to Councillor Filmer's. My first part was about the removal or the loss of the Rural Services Delivery grant, if I got the words the right way around, because I can see that would have been a loss to us. I understand the reasons why we were eligible for such an amount of money. It wasn't all that much either in the big scheme of things. And I wonder how that's going to, not just that, but all of this is going to have an effect on our residents, because rightly so, this report is about the effect of the finances on the council, but going forward, everything that we do is for the residents we represent. Now, I may be wrong about the Rural Services Delivery Grant. My understanding was we have a great deal of extra miles worth of roads, for example, than other local authorities who didn't receive that grant would be servicing. And we're seeing things like the quality of our roads deteriorate enormously, noticeably year on year. So how do we manage to keep those services running, or to recover or to improve on, back to standard, when we're losing grants like that? And are you lobbying government to try and get them to reinstate that grant?
Through you, Chair. The Rural Services Grant is a revenue grant. We lost just over £4 million. We were not anticipating losing that. We knew that the Services Grant was not meant to be around for very long, but what we didn't anticipate was the Rural Services Delivery Grant actually dropping out completely. I would also add that we didn't receive any of the recovery grant. That wasn't passported to Somerset. We haven't benefited from that at all. And yes, I have made representation to government to help them understand our financial position and the impact that that's had for us. I would also ask you to hold your question on roads and for capital, because then I can direct you to where the grants are that we have seen and the additions to the capital programme, but I will hold that until then.
I'll ask again then. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Anybody else wish to ask any questions about the generality of the report? No? Cancellation.
If I could just add, our MPs, of course, do understand very well that it costs more to deliver services in rural areas, and they are doing a good job. I speak because of where I live and represent. I speak to Sarah Dyke a lot, and they're in the chamber all the time, bopping up and down, asking their questions, and they all understand that rural services are more difficult to deliver. If you think of waste and recycling, you think of transport to school, you think of highways, I know that's capital, but it still needs funding. All of those things are more expensive. And, you know, geographically, Somerset is huge. And we speak sometimes to councillors who are in urban areas and they can walk across their ward or division in 10 minutes, you know. Some of us want a jolly good horse to get across our divisions. So it is a very, very different circumstance. And you always have to look at where a government's heartlands are when you start to get optimistic or otherwise. So I don't think I'll say any more. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Speaking personally, I need a helicopter to get one end to the other. Councillor Revenues.
We manufacture excellent helicopters in this county, but I thought a hot air balloon would be more serene for your divisions with respect. Could I just add to that the lobbying that the LGA and also particularly the County Councils Network has done on the Rural Service Delivery Grant. We had a meeting with the CCN council leaders and Baroness Sharon Taylor, and we did forcibly express our disappointment that funds had been reallocated across to different areas across the country in a way that we did not consider to be fair.
Right, I think what I might do, ladies and gentlemen, is just take us through the areas of the item and just see if there's anything that you wish to say specifically about that. So firstly, in respect of the robustness of the budget. Secondly, in respect of the general fund revenue budget. Councillor Mansell.
Thanks. I have slightly been wondering where sort of best to make comments, but and this perhaps seems appropriate. I have a couple of specific ones I'd like to get to, but I don't think that this is the right time for that yet. Really, I just felt I had to say, I mean, I'll do it quickly, and I realise I'm really repeating what has already been said already. But just the general concern we must have about the council's finance position. I think, you know, we have seen that, you know, the risk registers are right at the top level, all the flags are waving, that this council is in trouble. Especially, you know, well, we get the balance, the budget balanced this year, but only with great difficulty and the exceptional support needed. And then we see in front of us the gap gets even bigger in future years. So it's clear the council is in a desperate position, and just somewhere as we're on the budget report and the medium term plan, I would like to comment on that, and just to conclude it. I mean, it's very clear the council is going to continue to struggle to close the budget gap in future. Future council tax increases have to be looked at clearly, so do future savings and cuts in services, which is all greatly regrettable. But what else is there to do? Well, one thing is definitely the government really needs to sort out social care funding as soon as possible, and we can also see the schools grant as well. And there's much else beside, but just felt it. I wanted to say it somewhere. So, thank you.
Then we move to in respect of the dedicated schools grant. Anybody wish to say anything about that? The general fund capital. Yes.
I did promise that I'd come back to the capital in terms of answering the question. So in the capital programme new growths, which is in Appendix P, it's important to note that we've got a number of schemes that are held within the corporate section. So we've got highways, asset management and improvement programmes of nearly £152 million. So we put that line in. It spans the entire medium-term financial plan. However, we're just waiting for the confirmation of the grant. So it's not been allocated within service. Everything that's been held in that corporate bit that would normally be in a service that's in that unconfirmed funding column. We're waiting for the funding to be confirmed, and then we will via it out into services so it can be spent. But we've earmarked that is what we're expecting to happen in future. So we've planned that in.
The terminal. Okay. I think we're all struggling to find bits in various page numbers. In respect to the Treasury Management Strategy and Prudential Indicators. Yes, please.
Can I say a few words? So I think it's important for me to flag that the Treasury Management Strategy is within, we've set the prudential indicators. This is where, after council, we set the parameters and I'm entitled to borrow up to the capital financing requirement when the appropriate time is. I've been saying throughout the year that I need to take out borrowing in the current financial year before we get to year end within the parameters that we have. But I wanted to explain the term under over borrowed. So the capital financing requirement that is included within the Treasury Management Strategy, we're just going to find the table, and we've broken it down into general fund and into HRA in the executive report so that you can see the difference. But it's important for me to flag what does that mean, that over under borrowed, and that is because we've set the capital financing requirement at, let's say, 1.1 million as it is here, but sorry, 1.1 billion that we have here, but I've got nearly 300 million that I haven't yet taken out the external borrowing for. We've made that financial provision in the revenue budget, so it's affordable because it's within the numbers that you see before you, but I've not yet taken out that external borrowing. If essentially we've been waiting for interest rates to come down slightly so we can lock in borrowing at a lower rate. I will need to take out some external borrowing, but it's about tracking that in different tranches at different times. Also, there is one change to the minimum revenue provision, which I think is important for you to also be aware of, is normally when we spend capital in 1 year, the following year the minimum revenue provision kicks in, except for when you have an asset under construction. It's only when it moves into being an operational asset that you're obliged to start charging MRP. There's no requirement to do it any earlier, so we have shifted to that model. So that's why we've seen the capital financing reprofiled slightly. So I think it's important for me to flag to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other points or questions in respect of that? Yes, Councillor Lovell.
Chair, I want to backtrack to Appendix H when you're ready, but obviously deal with this matter now. I mean, I didn't realise we were going through the appendices. So. Right, fine. Thanks, Chair. It's page 170, Appendix H. Notice that the former Mendip district markets are mentioned as part of the budget. My understanding is these are being devolved. So I just wondering the clarity as to why they're still there. Thank you.
Yeah, so the plan is to devolve them. However, if for any reason that devolution doesn't occur, we need to have them in our fees and charges report just in case. So it's a fallback position for us should it be necessary.
Right. Having had that loop, yes, yes, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yeah, so as we're on a loop, I did have a couple of comments on Appendix B. So one, and the debate on this is coming, but it's in this report, so I just felt it should be mentioned. So page 121 includes parking income from parking charges policy changes. I thought the comments here that should be made are one, that there hasn't been any consultation on that yet, and I will explain why when we debate the next report. But for me, the equalities impact assessment is completely inadequate on this, and just wish to flag that up now, but come to the detail later. The other one where I thought I should flag up concerns was page 130, which is actually prior savings now coming in, whereby there is to be a reduction in the highways maintenance budget, and what is said devolution to town and parish councils. In my view, the highways maintenance budget is already overstretched, and we see the impacts of that on the road, on our roads. That there's many problems and they're getting worse. Some of them due to increased rainfall and the effects that's having. I would also say that I don't see too much evidence of this devolution working. So we're taking the saving, and we've got a working group in our area looking at this, but it just feels really confusing for our parish and town councils. They have not got a clear message on what they are meant to do, and this needs to be sorted out. If we're achieving and saving, expecting someone else to do the work, there needs to be real clarity, which I'm not seeing, and which I have to say all the town and parish councils in my LCN are not seeing. So I'm just flagging that up. It may be fine elsewhere, but it doesn't look fine from where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Right, we'll consider that flagged. Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Right, so coming back to anything else on the Treasury Management Strategy? So we are up to Appendix R here. Right, moving on then to in respect of council tax. Yes, Councillor Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had comments earlier in this debate about how our budget is not sustainable long term. And I actually agree with what's been said. I just wish to make the point that between 2011 and 2016, the former controller of this council failed to put up council tax. And the situation is now that we have somewhere between 10 and 15% short of Dorset or Wiltshire, who did not carry on that policy for a long period. I live on the border of both. I have people who work in both councils. The situation is that Dorset is a smaller council than Somerset, yet their total gross budget, and correct me, Maria, if I'm wrong, is actually greater than Somerset's. And until this is corrected, I feel very strongly that we need to flag up the problem that we have, that we are surviving with 66% of our expenditure on adult or children's social care on 91 house prices, which haven't been reviewed or dealt with under council tax. And at some stage, I would like to know what the level that our council tax is behind our like councils across the country.
Thank you. I suspect that this is less a matter for scrutinizing this afternoon and maybe more for debate when we come to the council meeting. Councillor Lation.
Chair, this is something we've spent many hours on over, I don't know, well, for me since 2017. There's something else that I don't think we've considered enough, which is when you're a rural county, how many of your towns might be separate unitaries? So in a town, this is a sweeping generalisation, so please take it as a generalisation. In a town, you have far more households that are A, B, C. Across the whole of Somerset, we have just under 65% bands A to C. Have a look at the value of a band D house. Have a look at the value of a band H house. And an H council tax is double a D council tax. There are, as Councillor Hobhouse has pointed out, any number of examples of people living across the border in Dorset, particularly where council tax is higher in Dorset than it is in Wiltshire, and both of them are higher than in Somerset. So if you, in the year we're in at the minute, if you live across the border in Dorset, you in a Band D house, you pay about £275 a year more than you do if you live in Somerset. I think the leader of council will say it, and I will say it until we have no breath left in us. Council tax is unfair, and particularly unfair as a way to fund social care, because where council tax income is lower, in general, the need for this council to support people is higher. So where the income is lower, the need is higher. And if you talk to people who are councillors in some of the councils, particularly in the north of England, I know 85% of their homes are A and B. So if you have a look at Wiltshire, this is just something that's kind of come onto my radar recently. All of Swindon is a separate unitary. In Somerset, Somerset is Somerset, and the two unitaries of North Somerset, which has a lot of the commuter belt for Bristol, and Baines, which includes Bath as well. So as well as many higher banded homes, it also has a great deal more earned income from the assets that it owns. So you put all of those things together and you go, so we're never going to sort this out through council tax. But which government might ever be brave enough to take it on? I'm sure they could do some things. They could add additional bans, but actually it's a limited number of houses. We have done all the things that we believe that we can do about premiums and exemptions. I'm not sure there's anything left for us to do beyond the 1st of April. But it is, if this country, if we continue to try and fund social care and homelessness and rough sleeping and all of those things through a property tax from 1991, Councillor Hobhouse is quite right, we'll never make it add up. So then if you live in a council where that is more of an issue, a council area like Somerset, you have to work harder on your transformation plans. But I'll just recall something that our previous 151 officer said. He said, talking about councils, particularly upper tier councils, he said, we're all facing in the same direction. We're all moving in the same direction. It's just that the starting line's not straight. And I thought, man, that describes it pretty well. So I'll not take up any more of your time, Chair, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Some very interesting observations there. Did you want to come in, Councillor Revens? You're looking very eager.
I'm always eager when this topic is being discussed. I think Councillor Lation, I think used and Councillor Hobhouse used some of my best lines in describing the situation that we are in, and I wouldn't start from here if I were you. Is the least helpful advice of the directions, but I do recognise the sentiment.
Thank you. So coming back to council tax, is there anything that anybody else wishes to raise in respect of those appendices? No? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the recommendation. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. So this is, my questions are relevant to the recommendations. We're asked in this scrutiny meeting today to approve multiple items. Can you explain how that works? Because I would like to be approving or not things at full council, not making those decisions.
Indeed, I don't think we are, Councillor Trimble. What we're being asked to do is consider and comment upon the recommendations which the executive will consider. So we're not being asked to approve or disapprove of what the executive have got to consider. What we're being asked to do is to comment on what they are being asked to consider. If you wish to say this is an area where we think that you need to pay particular attention, we're very worried about this recommendation. We think this is wholly mistaken, the premise on which this is operating, but you're not necessarily being asked to approve or disapprove of those points that are going to be considered by the executive. Are there any comments that we wish to put forward? Now, I have to say that what I'm hearing is that there continues to be great anxiety about the robustness of the budget, but that otherwise I'm not sure that there's anything terribly specific that I've heard yet from members that they wish to put forward for the consideration of the executive. I've got Councillor C, but perhaps you want to come in first, Officer.
Yes, Chairman. Listening to the debate, my impression is that people are using words rather interchangeably. I think what we have is a robust budget, which is technically balanced for the first year of the MTFP, and lots of risks and concerns within that first year. And we also have a recognition that it's not a sustainable solution throughout the MTFP. However, I've also heard people say there are advantages to not having a section 114 in terms of the freedom of manoeuvre and the control being local, and obviously not paying the bill for certain forms of intervention. There are also, and so just delaying the inevitable, if that was your mindset, would be worthwhile doing anyway. But I've also heard officers say that they think there are ways forward through this, and that eventually we could actually pop out of the other side with a very different, very much leaner, but nevertheless financially sustainable council. But it's not necessarily reflected in today's plan. It's a matter of we need to make room for that to happen. And I think people have interchanged their language when talking about those three concepts: the MTFP, the budget, and sustainability in the very wide sense of perpetual survival. And I agree with all the comments. It's just I'm concerned that we need to be clear about language. And when people say we haven't got robustness, I think robustness is just how good's the quality of the argument, and does it all add up? Well, yes, I think this year's budget does add up. How risky is it? Well, I think we've also had that fairly clearly laid out to us. So I'm just a bit worried about the way the direction was headed there in terms of the recommendations. I think are using specific words in a specific way, and people are attacking it by applying general English to those words.
Councillor Chilcott, your hand flashed up at the last moment.
Thank you. I've had several goes at flashing my hand, but it's been quite difficult when you're not in the room and you're going from one bit to the next. Just before you finish your summing up, I just wanted to put some commentary down around the 7 key objectives of the MTFS, which are in the paper. I think there are at least 4 of those that this does not fulfil. The second one is to ensure that the council sets a robust, balanced and sustainable budget. This budget we've heard today is not sustainable. 5 on the key objectives is that the council, in setting the level of fees, charges and taxation, it needs to be necessary, acceptable and affordable. I think for many of our residents in Somerset, it will not be affordable. 6 is to ensure that the council's long-term financial health and viability remains sound and that the financial resilience and sustainability is improved and sustained, including rebuilding usable reserves. This budget for this year does not do that, and the reserves are just adequate. And the 7th one's to ensure that the transformation programme delivers cashable savings to enable the budget to be balanced in a sustainable way. And again, that word sustainable has been used a lot, but this is not a sustainable budget. And I think we've heard that and read that loud and clear. So I just wanted to point out 7 key objectives are there. I don't think a lot of what we are reading today fulfil those objectives. And I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Chilcott. And Officer Christofi.
Thank you very much. Councillor C came in just before I did, and you've actually said a lot of what I was going to say, but I'm going to say it again because I think it's important that it's referenced here. So first and foremostly, the medium-term financial strategy document, Appendix G, all of those objectives are for moving, as well as now, are for moving forward. So what I'm saying to you in that document is that's what we need to be doing to move towards a sustainable, balanced budget, robust, balanced budget. This year, we are setting a robust, lawful, balanced budget. It's not a sustainable one in the future, and I make that very, very clear. We're balancing using an additional 2.5% council tax increase above the referendum threshold granted by exceptional financial support. We're balancing using 43 million of exceptional financial support capitalisation direction. And that's one of the reasons why there is a £101 million gap in 26-27, because the 43 million does not continue and gets added to the gap that was the £58 million gap in 26-27 that takes us all the way up to that number. So it's illustrated in the tables, it's in the narrative, it's in how I'm communicating with you today that we absolutely need to find sustainable solutions. The external auditors have issued 2 statutory recommendations making it clear that we need to move to a sustainable budget. That's my recommendation also, but this is a robust, balanced, lawful budget that enables us to move forward into next year. We have to continue to take action and find savings for sure. And that's what I'm saying in paragraph 16.2. I'm very clear that I can't give you assurance on 26, 27 and beyond in the medium term for a number of different reasons. Firstly, we don't have any certainty regarding funding, and that we need to ensure that we're implementing the medium term financial strategy so that we can move to that robust and sustainable position is achieved. I've made it clear that I've used the word critical and serious regarding the council's financial position, and we cannot underestimate the work that's in front of us in order to move to a financially sustainable position. And it's essential that the financial discipline that we've got in place at the moment, with all of the control measures, we evaluate and move forward to ensure that control measures are in place that enable us to work having certainty that we're in control of that moving forward. There is a significant budget gap in 26-27 that needs to be addressed at pace through transformation and significant savings. If we don't, the reserves will not be sufficient and we will be in section 114 territory. So I sum up by saying further significant additional savings and additional funding and council tax will be required so that council can balance the future budget in future years. If the council cannot balance the budget, it will require further exceptional financial support. Otherwise, a section 114 notice would need to be issued. A section 114 notice would need to be issued if the DSG dedicated schools grant override is not extended by government. What you have before you today is a robust, lawful, balanced budget. We need to move to a sustainable, lawful, balanced budget in future years. And I believe that the actions that we have before us that are laid out within the medium-term financial strategy will enable us to get there.
Thank you. Well, I say again, we're asked to put forward any considerations, comments. I have not heard anything that is extravagantly concrete in terms of this. So I think we can consider that we have done our duty by considering and commenting. And thank you very much, Councillor Lation and Officer Christofi, for having taken us through the report. we'll leave it there, I think, and move to the least contentious item of the afternoon. So we move straight on to item 8, parking policies. And I'm going to invite Councillor Wilkins and Officer Hall to present the report. So I think we have Officer Deakin here in person. Wonderful to see you. I see Councillor Rodriguez and Councillor Dingwall have put their hands up. That is in relation to this item. You're just putting forward your.
Yeah, in advance of inevitable questions. Thank you.
Okay, so this will be for the parking item. You're just getting your hand in now.
Absolutely
so
correct.
To speak.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, wonderful. Right, we'll make sure you get called. Thank you. Right, so if we're all ready then, Councillor Wilkins.
I will be brief before I hand over to Chris Hall and Steve Deakin to take you through the specifics. But the key points really is this is to bring a consistent and harmonious approach across Somerset to our parking services. Clearly, since we've become a unitary council, it's very much aware that we have a varying approach to parking, and this needs to have more of a consistent approach. It will also ensure that that we properly resource our parking services, and it will also enhance income at a time of financial necessity. We've already heard concerns. I would like to point out that all the political groups in the council were given an opportunity for early engagement, and I do believe that all the groups have now taken that up. You know, this is a meeting. This meeting at this scrutiny has enabled the public to read the papers which were published in time, and bring their own considerations before a decision is made by the executive, which I believe is going to take place on the 3rd of March. And I'll just hand over to Chris.
Yes, thanks everybody. So as Councillor Wilkins points out, all groups were invited to a separate briefing on this in advance. And with the help of Steve Deakin, we were able to answer most questions, I believe, raised at that point in time. So there's quite a lot of effort that's gone into supporting members in advance of this coming forward. The 4 key changes in the proposals are to implement a brand new charge for overnight parking across the council's parking estate. The second is to introduce Sunday charging, and that Sunday charge would be at the same level as all other charges Monday to Saturday in those car parks. The third being to put an end to the free car parking experienced in a range of car parks across Somerset. So there's about 39, I believe it is, currently free to use car parks. The fourth is the conversion of a number of limited waiting bays to pay and display. And then the fifth on the recommendations is an acknowledgement that there is an increase in parking resources needed, not only for implementation, but also ongoing to support the delivery of the parking function and ensure we have a fit for purpose service. There are capital costs associated with the delivery of this scheme or these 4 changes. They are around £250,000 and they are proposed to be taken from a current parking reserve. And then within the report, you'll be able to see the anticipated income identified for each of these changes, netted off against the additional resources, and then producing a surplus to the council. Those are the headlines. So most people have heard this from me numerous times before already, but I will happily pass over. Oh, sorry, did remember one thing. There was a comment earlier about the adequacy or not of the air qualities impact assessment. Just want to confirm to members that that was signed off by our qualities manager prior to being published. I'll happily go to you, Chair, for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we have a number of members who wish to talk about this. Everybody, I suspect. Right, let's start with Councillor Mansell.
Hey, thank you. So I've got a few comments. I will try and keep them succinct and go through quickly. And inevitably, you know, we all look at the car parks in our patch, and I will do the same and readily acknowledge some of the issues may apply elsewhere as well. There's 3 car parks in my patch, Upper Tone. I have to say, received very little maintenance for many years. They have received some, and you know, good attention when big problems are raised, but they've had very little money spent on them for a long time. Now, I have to say for myself, I found out about this just over a week ago. It was the first time I had any, concrete information. So this does feel like this has gone through in a real rush, and that it's going through in a rush to get into the budget. The Constitution requires early engagement with division members when there is impacts, and I have to say, for me in Upper Tone, that didn't happen. The report itself says there has been no consultation yet. We've had some briefings at group level once we found out what it was about in some cases, but there's been no public consultation yet. And I have to say, these proposals do have implications at the local level, and they've not been considered. They don't even seem to be known yet, which is where we come to the problems with the equalities impact assessment. I will first notice that on the very first page, it lists what the equality impact assessment is looking at, and there's a bullet point list. That bullet point list, as far as I can see, doesn't list where there are free car parks and there's going to be charging introduced. It doesn't appear to be listed, and I can't see evidence that the EIA has addressed that aspect of this report. And with that regard, I will say that there's impacts that are missed. As far as the Wiveliscombe car parks are concerned, this change will have an impact on Wivy Link, which provides a community transport service, including for those who are older and have disabilities, and others who are vulnerable in other ways. And that's not noted in the report. And of course, it's on top of taking away entirely the grants that Wivy Link used to receive from the council. So yet another negative impact on them. It doesn't take into account that there are people with low incomes who live around these car parks and they have nowhere else to park. It'd be very difficult for them to find other places, and so there's an impact on those with low incomes. I feel there's also an impact on something which the council chooses to take into account, those live in rural areas, where you do need a car in many cases. You know, we have to acknowledge that. And there is a lack of alternatives to those living in rural areas, and they are being negatively impacted by these changes, and that is not covered in the equalities impact assessment. We are apparently doing this to equalise, well, whether it's equalised, but consistency, I think is the word, and it has to be said, bring some money to the council. There is no cost assessment by site. It is quite possible that at some sites, and Milverton, I will use an example, only 15 sites, just about entirely used for residential parking. The costs of collecting a charge there and putting infrastructure in place could easily exceed what the income might be, and there's no assessment provided by site. So negative impacts, and it could be costing us money. I would like to request that, and as I say, I think this could apply to other car parks, particularly some on the free car park list, that for Milverton and Wiveliscombe, I think more time is needed. This has just not had the due attention or the time to consider it properly. I think those car parks needed to be withdrawn from the proposals. It could be a deferral so proper due attention can be given. In Wiveliscombe, what will happen if these charges come through and implemented from October? There is about 100 residential cars which will inevitably try and avoid the charges, and they will go on street and park elsewhere. So car parks where we would like people to park their cars, people are going to be discouraged and deterred from doing that. We've got problems all over the town from parking on street at the current time, and we're going to add another 100 cars to the mix. The deterrence is quite big. The charges for our car parks we're talking about on low income people, on elderly people, over £1,000 per year is the charge we're asking them to pay. If they're just evenings, which will apply to some of them, it's £365. It's still enough to be a big deterrent, a big barrier. People, they're going to try and park their cars elsewhere. It is inevitable, and this is just not addressed in this report. Time is needed to give this proper attention, and I would strongly request that time is allowed by either withdrawing those car parks or at least deferring the decision until they can have their due attention. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Mansell. There are a huge number of people that wish to comment from the membership. Would it be helpful, Councillor Wilkins, if I just took a few members and then perhaps you could respond to some of the overall points that are being made? I'll just move on, if I may, then to Councillor Farberhigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fear that we are putting the cart before the horse. We should have consulted with the traders, shop owners, landlords comprehensively before we scrutinize and put forward the idea to the executive for inclusion in the budget. We need to have more people using our high streets, not less. We need to increase that footfall. And we are not doing that by this strategy, in my view. What happened if we introduce Sunday parking charges? I'll give you an example. In my own doorsteps at Musgrove Park Hospital with queue parking, before the pandemic and after the pandemic. Before the pandemic, it was £32 per month for staff to use that parking area. After that, it was £43.48, I believe. The result was my patch, my colleague is here as well, was inundated with off-road parking. And there is not a week that goes by that we don't actually hear people complaining about that. And I think this strategy will further complicate things in my patch. And, you know, the Sundays that is relatively free areas in different areas in my patch is going to be more impacted. Earlier, we discussed our inability to attract and retain businesses. My question is, would this strategy help and support our small, medium enterprises within the town centre that is currently under huge strain? I like to sort of suggest something for the corporate scrutiny to consider, that we request that a comprehensive consultation to take place before a decision is made by the executive to include this proposal in the full council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Farber. I will now ask Vice Chairman Councillor Hobhouse to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was one of my things when I was a portfolio holder at South Somerset, and I have major problems with the existing report. You included all the South Somerset car parks that are paid for by the town and parish councils as free. I know you put on the top of the list that they have a thing, but they are actually paying the profit margin for their car parks. And I wish to put forward a change to the recommendations here that actually we allow every single town in Somerset to pay the profit margin part of the car parking. And let me explain what this saves to the council. Firstly, you don't know how to put in the machines. Secondly, you don't have to enforce anything. Thirdly, and almost most importantly, you actually keep people in your high street. Now, you have Castle Cary is one, Wincanton was another, which still aren't paying, even though the town council has stopped paying the profit margin, Langport and Somerton. And I see no benefit to this council in actually trying to achieve more income than they're going to get in the profit margins, because at the end of the day, that allows Wiveliscombe to decide that actually it wants to keep its car parks free, and they're paying you that money that gives you what you're looking for. And the second point I want to make is the money that is collected through the car parks is severely restricted in what it can be used for. And one of the things it can go into is to maintain its own car parks, and it can be used for some highway operations. We don't want to think of this as general revenue budget, because it isn't, it's restricted. Thank you.
Right, there's a little bundle there, gentlemen, if you would like to maybe respond to those points, and then I'll carry on around with the rest of the members of the committee who look as though they all want to speak.
I will come in on in particular the area specific questions which have come up on specific areas of parking and car parks, and this approach actually allows for public consultation to take place on area specific parking, and that is vital for all the reasons that the different councillors have expressed, where local considerations need to be considered and potentially mitigated for. That's why, you know, this document is about parking practices across Somerset, but there are very much local considerations to take place everywhere. So this is the right approach to how we're doing this, and it is very necessary. But I will pass over to either Chris or Steve. I'll go to Chris to start with on I probably wants to answer Councillor Hobhouse's question and others, but there we go. Section 28. Please check out section 28 would be a suggestion to Councillor
Hop House.
Chair, if I may. So a couple of comments there on the consultation process. So the intention here is to start early engagement with members. There are clearly a lot of members. There is a lot of divisions. We chose to do that through an offer to attend individual group meetings, as we felt that might be a better way to help manage and bring those groups together to hear the briefing in advance. So that was the mechanism that we used. The intention here is to have this paper as it is, published in advance, dealt with in scrutiny, forwarded on to executive. Executive will ultimately make a decision as to whether they want to progress with this or not. And if they choose to do so, we will enter into a public consultation process at the point at which we seek to change the parking orders. That means changing the parking orders per location for each of the individual changes that are being proposed. They are published, and that is a formal mechanism of consultation. The responses are received back, and then we seek to try and mitigate the challenges that are identified through that process. So this is the normal process that is used by councils in order to update and amend parking order changes. So it might feel backwards in terms of the pressure here around the budget, but actually this is the normal cycle and sequence in exactly the same way as we do annually with the fees and charges report around parking services. In terms of the parish and town council contributions, there are a number of towns and parishes that currently pay Somerset Council to effectively keep their car parks free. The lead member has been clear with me in conversation at least that he intends to maintain that option and maintain the availability of effectively town or parishes pay in place of the public. So should they wish to do so, they can do so, and we've had approaches from a couple of towns and parishes since publishing these papers. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. We'll carry on with our member contributions. So next I have Councillor Locke.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I can appreciate what the authority is trying to do with making it uniform across the Somerset wide, across the authority wide. You know, it's the same with licensing and planning. When you've got something like that, you know, you have to have a uniform approach as far as possible. But I do have problems with this, and seeing as how everyone else is being parochial, I'll be parochial. Yeovil, all its car parks you have to pay for, except Sundays. And quite inevitably, in the town centre ones, right in the town centre, they are always full on Sundays with the shop workers. So you come into town and you have to park further out anyway. I do have problems with the number of developments we've had within the town centre in Yeovil, and the flats and apartments being put in. Some have been approved, some have been rejected, and they've even ones which have gone to appeal have come back with the inspector's advice. Oh, there's plenty of your policy is, or this authority's policy was, it still is, that you have parking in town centres overnight, which you can use, which residents can use. Well, if they got to start paying, they are not going to be able to. So I like to say you can have residents parking, but right in the centre of Yeovil, there's nowhere to have the residents parking, literally, unless you move out to the estates. Also, there are one or two churches, not conventional churches, but ones which are very well community churches, well supported, which have had planning permissions. And that planning permission is given because they put in pathways to link with car parks, which are free. And that's the reason they was given by planners that they could have their planning. If it was went through, they have a free car parks. And as I say, I do have serious concerns on that. It's not one shoe or sock that fits all in this particular case. It has got to be done sensitively. And I am having dozens of people contact me, but I've had 2 or 3 contact me with the issues which I've raised. And I think that is something which we have to give serious consideration to. And we just cannot rush this through. And but we've got to realise that we are one authority now for the whole of Somerset. And some of us wanted it, some of us didn't. But we are there, we are where we are, and we have to do change. And things are not going to stay the same, but they have to be done sensitively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Locke. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. Again, similar comments to others who have already covered mine. But in terms of the process, I do take slight disagreement with the officer's position of this being the right way to deal with it. I think where you have the traffic regulation orders, of course, we'll have consultation on each individual one, and that makes sense. We do that at that stage. But this is a policy change. This is something which will have an impact across the whole of Somerset. And in terms of the impact assessment, particularly for me, the economic impact has not been taken into account, as Councillor Fabahi said. Our town centres have taken a battering over the last few years with all the stuff to do with COVID and everything. It's hit small businesses. The nighttime economy is very fragile. The retail is also, and I think for those to bring in a change of policy of this nature like this without doing an economic assessment beforehand is the wrong way of going about it. And the reason why that's compounded is because, as we've heard earlier, this is now built into our assumed budget that is coming before council. So it is slightly making that decision before we've actually consulted, and I think it will put pressure on those who are doing the reading of those consultations when they come back, that the pressure will be, well, if you don't accept this, find something else. And I think we need to be looking at this on its own merits, not on whether or not it impacts our budget. Part of the report also mentions that economic development is part of this directive, or this part of the council that should be looking at that. And I don't see that this actually facilitates that. On a more practical level, if we are introducing Sunday car parking and overnight parking, I think within the report it looks like we're talking about employing a couple of enforcement officers extra to our current number. How that is going to actually work in terms of enforcing 24/7 antisocial times of the day, I don't quite see how that stacks up financially either, in terms of offsetting income against the cost that it's likely to bring in. So my own feeling would be, I think this is premature at this point. If we are looking down this route, there should be a full both impact and equality assessment of both economic impact and equality impact, before this comes forward as a major proposal. And I think therefore having it in front of us at the moment is not helping us to make that informed decision.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer. The discussion has been so engaging, I've quite got carried away with the fact that we're going past the witching hour of 5 o'clock. Is it your wish, ladies and gentlemen, that we should continue until the meeting naturally concludes? Yes, are you happy with that? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll consider that passed. Thank you very much. And I'll take one more point now, then ask the officers if they want to continue, say anything back to members of the committee, and then there are other members online and also present in the room who also wish to speak. So we have a little way to go yet. So I will now take, if I may, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I want to add my weight to support for the town centre businesses. They're already really struggling around competing with online shopping and out of town shopping. And this sends a really negative message to them and people that we have to encourage to come into the town to use those services, else they will disappear. Is it correct that the power to make charges for parking is defined by law for relieving or preventing congestion of traffic? If so, I fear this will have the opposite effect for the residential streets close to the town centres that are already facing problems. And within the report, it's as has been mentioned about lack of assessment. There's no usage data for the currently for the free to use car parks and for the changes proposed. So I would just question, in these uncertain times that we've been talking about all afternoon, is this the wise time to go ahead with an upfront cost of, I think, if I read it right in the report, £250,000 for the setup costs and ongoing additional revenue costs, when the use of that revenue is limited and cannot be used for wider purposes to supplement other areas of the council? And we've already been told that it won't be used for sustainable transport purposes, or for the principle of bringing together everybody in line across the county. So on that note, I'm pleased that is going to be an area specific consultations, but it does seem to contradict the bringing everyone in line across the county. So now, like others, I do not support these proposals.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pearce. Gentlemen, would you like to make any comments on what you've heard so far?
Thank you. With regard to supporting the high street, if you do a simple Google search, you will find page after page of people suggesting that introducing charges or doing anything on the high street is anti-business. That's all written from the residents and the businesses. I've yet to find any paper to suggest that there's any independent research to say that it will impact negatively. Members may recall Bristol City Council proposed charges in Clifton, and they marched on City Hall, I think it is, objecting. By all accounts now, they quite like it because it now keeps the spaces turning over, as Councillor Locke suggested in Yeovil on the Sunday, and I'll be guided by his local knowledge. The car parks are full of workers, so you can't, if you want to go shopping in Yeovil and park locally, you're going to struggle because it's full of workers. So it is a balancing act, but when it comes to parking and charges, the main purpose of someone going somewhere is not the price of the parking or lack of it. It's why they're going there, and whilst they're there, is the car park in the right location and it's safe for them. The cost of that parking tends to be quite low on their list of priorities. With regard to planning decisions, I've had to read multiple planning applications for dealing with people's request for a parking permit when there has been a new development built, and from my experience of reading those, most of them are in relation to the availability of other forms of public and sustainable transport, and that is a consideration that people need to make when they are entering into those arrangements to buy or rent a property. Unfortunately, they're often not helped by the agents who mislead them, and they say, oh, it's all okay, it's not a problem, and then they're in. Unfortunately, the member mentioned the usage data for the free car parks. Unfortunately, we don't have any because at the moment we don't visit them, so we have no real data as to what's going in there, other than has been mentioned. There's very little proactive maintenance because they're sort of all they're less of a priority. There was a question about the enforcement officers. The enforcement officers which are mentioned in the report are not the officers who do the patrolling. This is additional officers within the parking team to support the amount of work that is currently being received and is expected to be received should these proposals go forward. Any additional resource for patrolling the car parks will just be discussed with our enforcement contractor, and the cost of that is fairly minimal because they generally cover their cost through the penalties that they serve, because people, for whatever reason, park incorrectly and end up with a penalty. And there's a question about churches. Was that? Sorry, could you please remind me? Sunday Park. Well, that. Right. Well, we can look at.
You can't hear this.
They can't refuse because of the planning policy of parking in town centres. The inspectors overturn that.
I won't comment on planning.
I think we've heard the point. Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll just move on then to the next batch of members. Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chairman. One very minor point. Crewcar and Henhays car park is owned by the town council, and it's just managed by the Somerset Council on a profit share scheme. So I don't know how we're going to persuade Crewcar and town council to change their charging regime. And also the other one, which is Market Square. Parking one side of the road is owned by Crewcar and town council, and the other side is just standard on-street parking. If you start charging one side, you'll just have a sort of fun fight for the free ones on the other side.
Thank you very much. Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, if free parking is seen as a competitive advantage, clearly we don't want the towns of Somerset squabbling for advantage at the Somerset's expense. As has already been explained, Yeovil charges. So clearly, if you're getting your high street subsidised by Yeovil's charging, then just accept the fact that we view your charging slightly differently. We pay, and if it's true that that puts people off, then that service, that business must be coming over to your towns and villages. All we want is a fair playing field. Just being a bit controversial in the way I'm putting that, but fundamentally the point is we've got a number of market towns, and we don't want those market towns competing with each other and giving the cash bill for that competition to the general public of Somerset. It makes sense to me for either the driver to pay or the local commercial interests to be subsidising it as an attraction. It just seems logical that there should be a hypothecation in the case of car parks. So I support the work which has been suggested by Councillor Hobhouse, which isn't in these recommendations. I would support looking at local subsidies and local charging. I have come across some evidence on the effects on car parking on town centre footfall done by the Welsh Government. It didn't find any particular effects, and it was far easier to show strong linkage, as the officers advised, to the nature of the destination and promotions. And on that basis, in South Somerset, particularly in Yeovil and in Crewkerne and various other places, lots of promotions were run in concert with the local traders in order to promote coming in and shopping on particular event days. And we found that was really successful, so much so that the private sector took it over. One thing I would like to see in the development of a car parking strategy, which is not in these recommendations, as somebody in business, I've often got to make a town centre meeting in a day when I'm really pressed for time, and the ability to put a car in a short stay car park for a longer period and just pay an extraordinary premium for the peace of mind of being able to continue my meeting, it would just make my life much better. I've often had to go back at the 1 or 2 hour limit to move a car, and that's frankly me not doing business in that town. And if you're pro trade and you're pro business, you do want that to work. So I would use pricing as a mechanism rather than time limits alone. You put a step in there. That's not in this for the short stay car parks. And I also think that there should be something in these recommendations about voucher schemes, about prepayment schemes, about buying season tickets or permits for the town centre case. And there's nothing in here about that sort of flexible option. Now, I appreciate that's a lot to ask for in the first thing. So I sort of agree also, therefore, with the points that have been made about there hasn't been enough engagement and research with the public here to clarify these problems and get the recommendations just right. But overall, I think the idea of a Somerset-wide policy and blanket charging is good. Bit less convinced about the overnight charges, and so I'm happy with those recommendations.
Right, thank you, Councillor Seeb. Councillor Murphy.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I feel I have to speak because Burnham-on-Sea is the largest contributor to Somerset, as far as I'm aware, in terms of car parking. I read somewhere that we produce something close to it's well over 600,000 a year in parking charges. Now maybe there are others who are larger than that. I don't know, but it was reported as being one of your top car parking areas. I've had a very strong letter from the Chamber of Trade, which I don't normally get. It's something quite unusual, threatening or quoting High Court cases, a case in particular, where the court has ruled that local authorities cannot use parking charges to generate surplus revenue for unrelated purposes. Now, obviously, that's probably gone in terms of validity. Maybe not, but we are concerned that Burnham-on-Sea is a town that has 45 eateries, pubs, fish and chip shops, cafes, restaurants, and it has a very strong nighttime economy. And they feel that charging even £1 will be detrimental to them. It also has an aging population because it's completely on the flat, and it's very attractive people. Lots of nursing homes, lots of old folks' homes, trying to get people to come into town, and they come in for multiple stops, and that's the big thing you're trying to create in town centres, isn't it? A multiple shopping and multiple choice if you have got it. And we have got people coming in because that's one of the easiest things they can do, get into the town centre and buy their fish and buy this and buy that and head back home again. And we feel that and also therefore there is a very rapid turnover in small cars coming in and parking, spending 20 minutes, going away or something like that. We are very worried about this because I think, unfortunately, it was prepared in the best spirit, I could say, to try and dovetail in with the budget quite correctly. But I don't think Richard gave himself enough time, and we said that at the time. He was rushing to make it there, and I feel that he has tried hard to do something. This is my opinion, well, not yours. And when we watched him talk about it and present it, it was quite confusing. So I'm going to say that, first of all, I believe that lots of what everyone has said is very valid. Everything's very valid about needing time to look at it. I do not think, and I would not support this if it was coming now for a vote. I couldn't, because there are too many opinions in Burnham-on-Sea that we need consultation of a longer kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Lovell.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarification, really, issues. I think if the objective is consistency across the patch, then I think we can say that the overnight parking doesn't fulfil that because nowhere has it. I think I need clarification about that. So that's a new element. Then Sunday parking, I think we have 3 statuses or stati, whichever way you approach Latin. There is people paying exactly as they would Monday to Saturday, people paying a reduced fee, and people paying no fee for Sundays across the patch. Is this plan to move everybody to paying as if it was Monday to Saturday? I think we need that clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the overnight charges, there are some limited LGV spaces that are, or HGV spaces that are currently charged for, but otherwise, no, there isn't overnight parking in key locations in the way that there is the differential with Sunday charges that you've highlighted. There was the other question was, in terms of the Sunday proposals, this is about the new charges being implemented in new locations, and they would be on the basis of that current charge Monday to Sunday. Sorry, Monday to Saturday. So whatever car park is charging on Monday to Saturday would be the Sunday equivalent charge.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ham.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you'd forgotten me. Yeah, I'm in my previous life, I looked after car parks at Mendip. I believe it's a science. You need to really understand it, and I know Mr. Deacon certainly does that. I've known him for quite a long time. You have to have reasons why you want to make them all the same, because there's reasons why they're all different. I don't think you can just say we'll make them all the same across the county, because there are certainly lots of reasons why different places are charging different rates, or they're not charging, or they're free, or they're not charging nights. There's reasons behind it. It's not just a factual thing. And I believe that car parking generally is a tax on the rural electorate, because they're the ones that use them more than the urban electorate people. You have to price your car parks differently around the towns, etc., to cover flow and turnover, etc., etc. And as soon as you start meddling with one, you upset another one, and then another one. It's a bit like a jigsaw. If you can't get all the pieces in, you haven't got the puzzle completed. A couple of just local ones. Frome Independent Market have free parking on first Sunday of every month. Will that be able to continue? Because otherwise, Frome Independent Market will not continue, because I can tell you that for a fact. And then there's places like Clark's Village, where Mendip always collected the money, but they didn't own the car parks. Will they be affected?
Thank you. And our last member of the committee, and then everyone will have spoken, is Councillor Trimble.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be last. So I have a few questions on this actually. I'm coming from an area or representing one area for certain that's not going to be affected. I'm not going to mention it in case it's been overlooked, but I would like to ask. I got one of them as well. Yeah. I'd like to ask about the consultation. I want to know if this is going to be open to visitors as well as people living in the Somerset area, because we're a very popular visitor attraction. People probably or maybe come here to some of our towns and villages because they can park for free. So I think that should be an option to be able to give your feedback even if you don't live in Somerset. Now, there's a question, paragraph 28. So there are a couple of mentions of some of the towns that already pay to keep their parking free. Wincanton, which I do represent, is one of those. Now, what I noticed in paragraph 28 was that it said, blah, blah, blah. We are working through the list of these and discussing with the lead member if this practice can continue with a revised figure to reflect the sum of income lost. I just want to check what's meant by that revised figure. If Wincanton are paying a certain amount at the moment, are you planning to look at that to amend it? And if so, will that be done after they next have an opportunity to precept? So that if they do need to pay more, they have the opportunity to precept accordingly. And then my final point is that in order to unify the charges across Somerset, blue badge holders will now have to pay to park everywhere, whereas they currently don't in some of the areas, for example, in Mendip. So, or the former MENDIP, I should say. Now, I need to make a declaration here because I'm a blue badge holder, and I need to tell you that I can afford to pay for my parking. And if I've got to pay for my parking, I have all the ability to do so in terms of a mobile phone and a card, etc. However, many people who are disabled, who are blue badge holders living in Somerset, are not very well off and are already affected by some of the other charges that are going to be brought in. And so I'm really concerned that this could be another charge that keeps them in their homes rather than being able to go out and go to the library or to go to town. And at the end of the day, we had a list, didn't we? And I keep referring it to it on the transformation. And the two things it said was caring for our most vulnerable residents and reducing rural isolation and loneliness. But implementing those charges will go against that. So I just wonder whether you could relook at the charges for blue badge holders. I would be very happy to still pay. But I just feel that that's really important because we owe it to those people who are most vulnerable in our county. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen, do you want to bundle up some answers to those questions? And then I'm going to go to members who are not on the committee.
Yes, so no particular order. I'll take them in the way I've written them down. In terms of the consultation, when we look to publish the traffic orders, anybody may comment. They'll be published on site in the location and on our website, and we can work with the comms team to publish that. But anyone is perfectly entitled to make comment, and all objections and comments are considered. They'll look to be resolved or mitigated before we implement anything. With regard to blue badge holders, currently in the old Somerset Western Taunton area and the old South Somerset area, both within the car parks, blue badge holders do pay, and they then also have an additional hour on top of their paid for time, recognising that for some it will take them longer to undertake whatever they're doing for parking. And it's just a general for information. If you're a blue badge holder, you can park on street for free for as long as you like in a limited waiting bay.
Because in Yeovil, those bays were slightly reduced as well in number. So talking about Yeovil in particular.
I can't.
So
no,
I
can't comment on that. But certainly, no. If that comes in through the consultation, we can have a look at that and try and answer the question: how many is enough? Question of Clark's Village. Most of the, as Councillor Ham says, most of the car parks in Clark's are owned by Clark's, and we're managing them. So any discussion on rates is a matter for discussion with Clark's. So it will be subject to them. Somerset Council has one car park in its own name, and obviously we'll have a discussion with them to make sure they're not out of sync too far. Otherwise, one will be busier than others. There's a question on the Frome independent market. I can't answer that today. We need to look at it, but clearly we're not going to want to impact that too negatively. And I think, apologies if I've missed any.
No, thank you, Steve. I think Mr. Hall would like to come in.
Thank you. I just want to clear something up. We keep talking about alignment of charges, and I just want to be really clear that at no point in this paper are we proposing to implement the exact same parking rate across all of our parking estate. So within the fees and charges report that you've already looked at today, it sets out the individual rates per car park across all of Somerset. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on that point. The other is just to once again highlight the fact that we have 2 ex-district areas that already pay to park on Sundays. So again, I know the language in the paper talks about implementing, but actually it already exists in 2 of the ex-district areas for Sunday parking charges. And then there was a question, or rather a comment, about is it right to pay £250,000 set up and then the revenue costs of the additional staffing, all for the principle of bringing together. And I would just refer you back to table 1 within the report, where it's very clear that there is an upfront cost, but there is also an ongoing income that exceeds those costs even in year one. So there's a substantial income contribution to Somerset Council from year one being only 6 months worth of the year to allow for that implementation. So this isn't being done for the sake of bringing things together. There are inconsistencies, but there is also a significant budget gap faced by this council and a proposal to help support that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, members of the committee. I'm now going to ask councillors present in the room who've asked to speak. I'm going to start with Councillor Dawn Johnson, please.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I'm concerned about this. I know, Chris, you have said that we had consultation with all the individual groups. We had that literally at very short notice. I think you heard an awful lot of feedback that wasn't satisfied with the proposal and it coming so late that it hadn't allowed opportunities for real discussion. For me, this proposal is based on two things. One, it's stated it's about harmonisation, and it's stated about bringing in extra funds to the council to enable further works. I have to say, for an area that's been campaigning for probably 10 years now for a resident parking survey, that all sounds wonderful if there'd be money to do that going forwards. I'm slightly galled by the fact that money is now available for some of these proposals that I've been told for a long time has never been available. And I'm also very concerned that there's no guarantees of what will be delivered post this extra funds that comes in. There's no ring fencing of money for specific purposes, and how that money will get distributed and used could be hugely challenging, with many areas that have seen huge impacts, like, as Habib has said, impacts from extra off-street parking, on-street parking, sorry. Areas may get impacted that then do not get the benefits of that extra money that has been gathered by the council. For me, it talks about harmonisation. Yes, absolutely an ideal, but I don't feel this harmonises. I don't think sufficient work has been put in to cover lots of the aspects of harmonisation. The blue badge issue shouldn't be further down the line. It should have been part of this proposal, in my view, where you've got areas that don't play for their blue badges versus areas that do. That is, to me, straight away something to be harmonising. Also, there's the aspect of those councils that support their areas to provide free parking. I don't have the information that tells me how that financial model works. Do those councils just pay for the ongoing upkeep of that car park, or do they contribute more to the parking services above and beyond? All that kind of information. Do all those councils pay the same costs? Do they have varying costs? How's it calculated? Is it based on population per head? I don't have any of that information in order to know how I'm harmonising if I'm offering other towns this option to provide free parking for their residents. I also want to refer to a briefing we had recently from the economic team on a survey they'd commissioned amongst micro businesses in our across the area. And one of the slides put up was how should things be improved? And it mentioned in there cheaper free parking to improve town access. And also in recruitment struggles, one of the items mentioned on that survey was expensive limited parking. So we have our own survey which has mentioned parking and access to parking as a concern for local micro businesses. I haven't heard that addressed. I haven't heard that parking has been discussed with our local tradespeople. I'm really feeling this is on the hoof without the required consultation. And I would like some of those aspects that I've mentioned described as to why are we not ring fencing monies? Why are we not providing the full costings of the towns that pay to support their residents not having to pay for the costs of parking in their town? I'm also very concerned that, you know, this is working against all the work that's going on in so many towns to bring residents back into the towns. And on a Sunday, Taunton has a lot of local markets now. It has Taunton Together days, which bring in hordes of people into the town. If you start charging for that, I'm not convinced that you are not going to then impact the number of people coming into towns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Price, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm a little bit sad that Alan Jones, the monitoring officer, and the leader have gone, or at least stepped out of the room for the moment, because the first point I want to make is that as an independent, I haven't been offered a briefing on this before being able to come to scrutiny. And it's a little bit of an unknown, because if you don't know groups have been offered a briefing, it's all very well to say, well, you can ask for a briefing, but if you don't know it's been offered, then it's an unknown. So there is a disparity, and I'm sure somebody will tell both the leader and Alan Jones that fact, because it is really quite a two-tier system if you're an independent. So I'll leave that one there. Then I think that in all of this, I think as long as there's a differential between small towns and large towns on parking charges, then I think that is fair and reasonable. And I am in principle absolutely happy with harmonisation. I would have to say that Clark's car park is twice the cost of the council car park within street. I'm a devotee of street. I think it's £1.50 for 4 hours in the council car park. It's £3 something for 5 hours in the street car park. So, you know, the trouble is my lot won't walk that far. But anyway, when I'm in charge, we walk. Overnight, not so sure about the overnight, but I think there is a market there for charging in an evening. If you look at people who are coming into town and using the nighttime economy, they're spending a lot of money. If they're eating in a restaurant, they're spending maybe 50 quid a head. They're going to the theatre, you know, and a drink, then they're spending that kind of money. A car park charge is not unreasonable, in my opinion, in those cases, but I'm not convinced about overnight. But there we go. Disabled, of course it needs unifying. I'll declare my husband has a disabled badge. He has to pay in Taunton. In Wells, it's free. And actually, I think the issue around having disabled spaces in car park is to make sure that if you're disabled, you can park in the blooming car park. And that's the issue. It's not about paying. If you're driving a car, the cost of paying, you know, is tiny compared to the cost of the petrol and the running costs and so on. So I think it needs unifying, and I think frankly they should be paying. I don't think it's particularly fair to charge extra for paper permits, and that's because some people can't manage to deal with these things online. I think that's unfair. I think that's not fair. It's penalising people who are less technically able. And I think that one of the knock-ons will have to be a review of the single yellow lines and residents parking near town centres where there will be displacement. So that will need to be picked up. So generally, I would support a unification. But can you just clarify, because several people have sort of referred to this, but I've not heard here today a clear explanation, although I think I've heard it somewhere else, unless I dreamt it. And as I dream these things all night long, I might have dreamt it. But my understanding is that car parking charges in an off-street car park can be spent how you want to spend them. That becomes part of the revenue budget. It's only on-street car parking charges that have a certain ring fence as to what they can be spent on, and that's in terms of general transport issues. Am I right? Could somebody please clarify that, because I've not had that clarification, I don't think, this afternoon, but it may be that I thought I had and I dreamt it. I don't know.
Christophe will tell us.
On-street car parking is a ring-fenced account. Parking in car parks isn't ring-fenced, but we have so much eligible expenditure against the ring-fenced account. And actually, within the budget papers, I've got a whole appendix dedicated to it, Appendix K. So you can see, so you can see, and within the report, I think we've captured that on-street, off-street piece.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Price-Sankey. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point. I've been around in this council for some time. I've never been in a room where every member of the committee have contributed to the debate in the way that we have. I was going to suggest that you might ask Ms Christofi to write the paper next time, because her 500 pages have had less debate when we were talking about an increase of about borrowing of £120 million than we have for car parking. This is caused a bit, but that's just me being frivolous, Chair. To my serious point, I'd like a bit of clarification, please, because I'm a little bit confused. Councillor Mansell identified what I thought was a serious discrepancy in the equalities impact assessment, where one of the elements wasn't actually, it doesn't appear to have been considered, and I would like to chuck in another one where we're considering something that hasn't been mentioned we're considering something in the equalities impact assessment that isn't being considered in the papers. That being the standardisation of disabled charging across the county. If anyone would like to show me in the proposal papers where it mentions the standardisation of disabled charging across the county, as in implementing disabled charging where there is not any, then I'd like to say that, because if you go to page 449 of the papers, it's quite clear. It appears to be there talking about the change introduces consistency across the council area, the common with those areas that do currently charge the additional hour, etc. But I can't see in the paper where it makes that suggestion, and one would suggest, I'm sorry, Chair, but I think we can't consider standardising the charges in the paper because it's not explicit in the paper. So I'd like some confirmation over that, please. I don't think, well, I can't, as I say, I'm happy to be corrected, but I cannot see in the paper where it proposes introducing disabled charges across the county where there is not disabled charges.
Mr. Hall.
Yeah, I apologies, but I think it potentially was Councillor Redmond that I've had this conversation with already, and if it wasn't, I apologise. But no, if it is not explicit in the recommendations, then it is not a thing. So unless we are specifically asking you within the recommendations to make that change, then it's appeared in the EOI erroneously, and it will need to be removed.
Chair, just forgive me for that answers one of my points, but it didn't respond when Councillor Mansell mentioned about but if you look at specifically, I draw your attention to page 447 of the equalities, where it talks about the first bit of the equalities impact assessment. There are 3 bullet points specifically that I'm assuming this impact assessment considers and it responds to. The point that it doesn't consider or respond to is around introducing free parking in parking car parks where it is not already in place.
Yes, I see that. Thank you. I saw it from Councillor Mansell's commentary. So we'll go back and talk to the Equalities Officer and determine whether this is something that was assessed but not recorded, or not recorded and not assessed. And we will get you an update in order to be able to, the executive to be able to make a decision.
Sorry, Chair. One final point then. Forgive me. This particular paper is coming to this scrutiny committee specifically to consider the paper and make recommendations that will go to executive, which will then consequently go to full council. I'm sorry if there has been something missed from this. It can't be changed between now and then and be considered as being given sufficient scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Redmond. I'll try and pick that up when I get to my comments in a moment. Thank you. Councillor Trimble, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, it was only a quick one because obviously I brought up the blue badge paying. I couldn't find it in the papers till I came to the equalities impact, and it does say for off-street car parking in some legacy council areas there will be a negative impact as charges for some will be introduced, but it isn't in the main paper and it's not included in the recommendations. But I saw it there, so I assumed I'd maybe missed it because I was reading so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we now move to those members online, and we've got 5. So we start with Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair.
So obviously I had a great deal of time looking through the proposal and hearing from others about it. My core view is that you can't standardise parking policy across the county. The reason for this proposal within the report is to establish consistency on the policy area identified. I've spoken to no one, I've heard people say otherwise in this room today, but I've spoken to no one that wants consistency in parking policy. Each town, each area is different to one another. They have their own challenges, their own offerings. And the reality is that one town is not equal to another. So equalising charging policy, to me, doesn't make sense. On introducing charges to current free-to-use car parks, I'll pick out one that I know. And there's one in Bridgewater on your report, Eastover Community at Cranley Gardens. So as far as I understand, council in the past have tried to make this car park payable and got a huge backlash from the local community. It's used by local residents to park in. It's a high density area with HMOs, etc. And there's simply not enough on-street parking for all residents to park near their home. So they use that as well. So my view is making that payable will be a huge detriment to the local people, and no doubt, you know, you'll have a lot of angry residents kicking up a fight on that. I think overall, we know Bridgewater already is at times a car park. All the roadworks that have been going on at the same time, it's affected trade, footfall along Eastover, people avoiding the town, and this proposal would make matters even worse for Bridgewater. We've heard from the Bridgewater Chamber of Commerce, as of others actually, other chambers of commerce across the county. Bridgewater Chamber says it will do more harm than good, and all the businesses that I've spoken to in Bridgewater are wholly against the proposal, and as others have commented, they're concerned about the impact on the local economy. And then when I look at the resident perspective, as well, I'll give you 4 examples here of what people have said to me, which should give the committee something to consider. I had a response from a lady called Hayley, who lives on Mount Street in Bridgewater. For those that know it, it's near the town centre. She would be more than £300 a year worse off with this proposal, because she says she's got no choice but to park in a town centre car park. Richard, he's told me that it will lead to inconsiderate parking in residential streets like his. For example, already some daytime visitors to Northgate Cinema car park, when they go to the cinema, they park in the residential areas such as Camden Road and Blacklands to avoid parking charges during the day. Those residents are concerned that it will get worse overnight and on Sundays if charging is introduced at those times. Michelle, who works evenings in the town centre, she works late hours on minimum wage. She says she wouldn't be able to afford the additional £260, which is what she's worked out, that would cost for her simply to go to work. And finally, another aspect of this, a gentleman called Roger said to me, and his words, not mine, that the introduction for charges on Sundays is tantamount to a religious charge on worship. Those are just some elements, some real life comments for people to consider in the room when making recommendations. I've heard from hundreds of people in this proposal, most of whom don't support it, and I think it should be rejected. Never mind the various concerns that have been raised so far, but I would say it should be rejected simply on the fact that, as far as I've heard, no one wants consistency, which is what the proposal is all about.
Right, thank you, Councillor Rodriguez, very much. The second speaker is Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Rodriguez and I actually went out and spoke to a couple of the same people, and he stole a little bit of my thunder there. But so I won't duplicate what I was talking about. But there's a number of key points here for me. The one that stands out is the lack of business impact assessment at this stage of the policy coming to scrutiny. It's going to have an impact on business. We have currently got one school of thought, which seems to be the majority of people in the room, that says it's going to have a massive impact on business in the high streets. We've got another school of thought from some of the officers that suggest that that impact is overweighted, and we have no data to justify one or the other. We hear as councillors what everybody is saying. We need information on that, and I don't believe that this policy can go through the democratic process without us having fair, balanced, and honest data to make the decision. I'm going to pick up on one of the themes that's come out, particularly Councillor Rodriguez just talked about the lack of call for unification of the policies or harmonisation of the policies across the county. I'd go one step further. I'd say our acceptance in these papers of differential pricing across car parks across the county actively undermines the argument for harmonisation of things like Sunday charging. We accept that some towns charge more for parking than others, and at the same time we're suggesting that that's not the case for the rest of the policy. I think those two don't logically sit together as thoughts. The final thing is, for me, the public consultation. I completely recognise and accept Chris Hall's layout of the process, but I disagree, Chris, respectfully, with the actual timings that's going to come with that, because maybe in a normal process this policy might come forward and it wasn't being voted on in the budget. If this comes through the budget, then it's baked into our budget numbers, and so a public consultation doesn't have any opportunity to make substantive and significant changes to the policy, no matter what the public say during the course of that consultation. I think that is a risk, either to the democratic process overall, or it's a risk to the budget. Now, the first one we can't really quantify. The second one, I'd like to see what the risk to the budget is, were we not to implement this policy, insofar as how much closer or further away does it take us to not being able to set a balanced budget. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dingwall. The third speaker is Councillor Cravis.
You may have missed me there, Chair. Councillor Hunt.
Down as number 4, actually, John. But you seem to have leapt up over Marcus. So, John, Councillor Hunt.
I'll have to do that again if I can find the way. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Firstly, I want to thank Chris Hall and Steve Deacon for their group briefing on Thursday. It was very helpful indeed. In terms of this particular thing, I think we've achieved a consistent and harmonious approach to disincentivise people from coming into our county town. Congratulations if that does happen, because this just seems all a bit strange to me, this bringing this forward now. I appreciate why we're doing it. If it is passed through full council, will the follow-up consultancy, will that be listened to after let's assume it's been voted through at full council, which I can't imagine happening. But if it is, will we then listen properly to the follow-up consultation, which I doubt? Secondly, in my opinion anyway, and I think most others, this needs to go to consultation first before it is considered by officers again, and in particular by us as members. And finally, everyone has said basically what I wanted to say, and I would agree with most of the speakers. But finally, I believe the word that probably adequately describes this item 8 on the agenda is bonkers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Now, Councillor Cravis.
Thank you, and thank you, John, because I was struggling to find my mouse when I suddenly got called ahead of you. It's interesting. I mean, I have to say, Richard, I think I can totally understand the part of the harmonisation. I can understand things like Sunday charging, because I think it does seem a little odd that I can drive a few minutes, 20 minutes away, and I don't have to pay on a Sunday. Yet I drive 3 minutes away, and I do. I also think that free Sunday charging discriminates against those people who can't go shopping on a Sunday and maybe are working, but then they're probably parking in the car park for free if that's the case. I also think again with evening charging that, you know, the nighttime economy seems to have free parking, but the daytime economy doesn't. Quite interesting, but then maybe the shop should stay open a bit later. Might help, might never know, might help the high street. My issue is though that I think this is so much more just about parking and parking charging and parking harmonization, because it fundamentally things like the charging for on-street parking fundamentally changes the character of a town, changes the way people have to live. And I'm struggling to get my head around how you can do that without giving the benefit of residents parking to counteract the knock-on effect. I think it's been said about what happens with the consultation if that affects the budget. People have said about data in car parks. I can give you some data in a car park. And sorry to be parochial to those who don't know where I am, but I can drive from Minehead seafront on a summer's day in August and see 30 or 40 cars parked, maybe. That's in Minehead on the seafront where the parking's charged. I can drive home to Blue Anchor and suddenly find there's 150 cars parked there. And that obviously is free parking. So is that data? Is that data that negates the argument or helps the argument? It could just be that you can walk your dog on Blue Anchor seafront, but unfortunately it could cost you £2 to do it going forward. So how will that then, that would be an argument I would make in the consultation. And again, that would then affect any possible budget. So I don't see how that can. And also things like TROs coming along now. I've had 2 emails while I've been on this meeting myself. I've had one about a TRO being suggested somewhere, and one saying about the parking charges that Somerset's not a uniformed area. And I totally agree with that. And I think there are slight quirks in each area. And I do think each town has its own individual character that's been built up over time. And if we're going to gradually change how people live in those towns, then we need to do it in a gradual basis and not just in one big hit. But I actually think that there does need to be some harmonisation. It's just making sure that we get the balance right before we fundamentally change the way people are living in our towns, not on a whim, but too quickly, if you see what I mean. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Marcus. And our final speaker is Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you. Always a worry when I agree with most of what Marcus has said. No, just to pick up his commentary actually around that Minehead seafront, Blue Anchor seafront, people will drive there, and even though it costs them to get there, because they don't pay for parking to avoid somewhere where they do. And I think that's absolute evidence. So there's a few things for me. Really the biggie, we do get charged on a Sunday in Minehead. But for me, the main one is that on-street potentially parking. I get it if you're in a very large town, and I know there's on-street charging when I go to Taunton. Large town, lots on offer. When you come to our small market towns and villages, to start putting up paid for all through it will absolutely ruin the look and feel on what are precious areas in Somerset. And for the amount that's making, I think it'll be more detrimental. And the other thing is, I have sat and watched people, they will come through the town and they'll look for a free space and they'll go around a few times and you'll watch them do it. If there is not a free space, they will leave the town and they will go to one of the supermarkets. And that's my fear. I know myself, I visit my son elsewhere. It's you pay in his town on an evening. We don't eat there on an evening. We go to one of the places that's outside of the town. So I think it will impact our businesses. I think there are a lot that are under pressure, and I would like to know and understand potentially if a few of them do go under, that will be a loss of business rates to us. So then you're undermining the money you're making. And just around the harmonisation, this is not harmonisation. It's harmonisation of a few bits. It's not harmonisation of all the fees and charges, which vary hugely around Somerset. So I think, call it what it is. This is about generating some more income potentially. I know you have to be careful with your wording, but that's what it is. That's what it's doing. And I absolutely believe it will have a negative impact on our businesses. You only have to look at all the Uber, all the food businesses that are going round and picking up food from all the places locally. I sat in Taunton and I sat outside of, I think it was McDonald's, and I saw 20 delivery people picking up for people, and again, I don't want to see that everywhere. I want people, our town centres, to be living and breathing and really vibrant places to be. So for me, there are things of concern. The biggest one is the on street, and the other thing I will say is if you bring it in, for many, many years, people with a blue badge do not walk to look how much they've got to pay because they haven't paid it for years and years and years. And what you'll find is if you bring it in, they will all turn up at the car parks. They don't walk by the very nature of their ability often to not be able to walk to a machine to look that they have to pay. And you will find, I am guessing, a lot are going to have tickets without even realising it. I'll just put that on as a hopefully something you can mitigate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chilcott. Officers and Councillor Wilkins, is there anything that you want to say in conclusion? Right, I've got Officer Christophe as well as Officer Hall.
I would just like to remind everybody this started out as an opportunity to make things simpler for businesses, visitors and residents, so that we have a singular process, not a singular charge, but a singular process across our parking estate. It also comes in conjunction with the need to reduce our operating costs as a council. So the question raised, I think it was Councillor Dingwall, was what's the cost if we don't do this? It's the cost identified in Table 1. It's up to £1.7 million a year of alternative savings that we will have to find from somewhere else should we choose not to implement this. So there are real challenges around this. We've heard that in the room today. A one-size-fits-all model doesn't work. We understand that. That's why we're not proposing to implement exactly the same charging across all car parks, and we would consult on a location by location basis were these to go forward. But I'd just reiterate the point that the financial challenge ahead of us is real, and this is one opportunity to increase our income to this council by a not insignificant amount over the course of 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just thought it was probably worth me saying and reminding everyone that we're balancing using 43 million of exceptional financial support. We're talking about £365,000 worth of income in 25-26, rising to 1.5 million. You might ask yourself, why have I just said a different number to my colleague who spoke just before me? And this is because I've already made an assumption within the budget to de-risk it slightly. If following consultation, public consultation, some things go through and some things don't go through, we will evaluate where we are with this saving. And if there is a shortfall, a substitute saving will be required. We are already balancing using £43 million of one-off exceptional financial support. We are a long way off a sustainable budget, and I'd like members to remember that in terms of context of where we are financially.
Thank you, officers. Ladies and gentlemen, as Councillor Wilkins, you wish to come back?
Yeah, I'd just like to say this has been a very useful experience. I think I've been asked by Maria to write all her papers so that she gets full consultation around the room in future. But seriously, these things are always useful. This is why we have scrutiny, and I'll take away all that I've heard. And I'm sure everybody on the executive will have listened very strongly to what has been said. And I'll leave it at that, I think.
Thank you. So just coming to the recommendations that we've been asked to consider this afternoon, I'm sorry, I don't think, bearing in mind everything that every everybody that has spoken has said, members of the committee, that we are in a position to support the recommendations as they are currently placed before us. I would, I think, have to say, summing up what you've all said, is that this is a wide and diverse county with significant differences and requirements. The equalities and impact assessment perhaps leaves something to be desired. I think there is a very strong feeling that there needs to be a comprehensive consultation before anything really comes forward to members. And so overall, I think the basic response I've heard from virtually everybody is that at this stage it is premature. It isn't that ultimately elements of it won't be put into effect or shouldn't be put into effect, but we are not yet in the position where we can wholeheartedly support what is being put before us. I think that would be a fair assessment of what everybody has said. We recognise the hard work, of course we do, that has been undertaken by the officers and by the lead member. We understand completely the financial exigencies that lie behind it, but nevertheless, in all truth, I don't know that, from what you've all said this afternoon, we are in a position to be able to support it in its current form. Would that be fair, ladies and gentlemen?
I agree, it's fair, and I don't think, Stephen, you mentioned about equalities. Economic impact, which I think was also a strong point, and certainly one I would share too. So if that could be added.
Okay, so that what I have just said. Shall I propose that from the chair, that we actually at this stage believe that it is premature and that there will have to be further work done on it before it can be properly considered by members. Are you happy? I'll second that. Okay. May I see all those in favour of that? NEMCON. Right. Thank you very much. And I do thank very much the officers and Councillor Wilkins for having come presented that this afternoon. I hope you feel that there's been a thorough discussion around it. I would say that being relatively new to scrutiny, I have found this a very refreshing debate, partly because it has been so non-political. It has been something that across the political divide and indeed across the geographical divide, responses seem to be quite strongly the same. And I think this is where, as this committee, we can show a degree of strength that we're looking objectively at these issues rather than coming with too much of a degree of other bias. So can I thank you all for that? And I'm sure we will look forward to further iterations of this issue coming before us in the coming months. So thank you. We'll move on, if we may, then to item 9. And Councillor Lation, if you could introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how much time you wish to spend on the remaining papers. They will be coming to Executive on Wednesday, so it is only right that they come to scrutiny first. On the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget Monitoring Report, I would just like to say that I do welcome the reduction in the draw on reserves that is obvious from the work that has been done in the council through the spend control boards, but it is nowhere near enough to make a difference, a material difference to the council's ongoing financial position. And in light of the debate we've just had, and in light of the debates we've had about household waste recycling centres, I'll just say I really hope we can keep this council away from a Section 114 notice, because it's very clear that members would find the decisions that commissioners would take incredibly painful. So let us hope we can continue the good work on the budget, continue the good work on transformation and improvement plans, and keep us the right side of other people making these decisions for us. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair. Don't know if you wanted me to hand over to Maria Christophe at this point, or to Nicola Hicks, indeed.
Nicola, is there anything that you want to add to that?
Just in interest of time, I was just going to say when you see the report going through the executive, you'll see that the report is compared to month 7. So members will recall we never had a month 8, which is why the comparison is to month 7. And I think that's particularly important when you look down through the paper in terms of the increased forecast underspend, which actually I would encourage members. I'm sure you've spotted already, but there's significant reasons in there in terms of the children's appendix, in terms of the variance that's now showing there and the increased variance. So that's in the children's appendix. So just in case you haven't spotted that in the main body of the report, and also just in terms of the work we've been doing to set the budget for 25-26, you'll see that there's a further forecast underspend in terms of non-service, which is largely down to our debt. In terms of the debt that we haven't taken out, and therefore we haven't incurred the borrowing costs. So there's an underspend there, and we've done work around our MRP budget, which is also means that we're forecasting a variance there, which is as Councillor Lation said, is an improvement in terms of the amount of money we would have to draw down from the reserve. So I think it's a positive movement there. And the only thing I would say, just in terms of the savings, because we pushed the mitigations in terms of services delivering within their budgets, and in terms of the saving, you will note on page 431 there is quite a difference now in terms of that achievement of savings being at 80% compared to 43% in month 7. So I think that shows the significant improvement there in terms of the delivery of the saving and the impact it'll have on the next year. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Filmer?
A little nervous putting my hand up, but keeping everyone away from seat. But oh no, I'll try and keep it brief. But just a bit of reassurance, to some extent. If you look at page 47, I think it's 472, 473 on the original agenda, which breaks down the underspends and overspends by service. Just wanted to get a bit of a view as to, it looks like we're very, in terms of getting the big savings, we're very dependent on those non-service one-off issues and the 6 million that we've not used from contingency. If you look at all the other services, there are ups and downs, they sort of balance each other out. And my slight concern is going forward, how secure are we on our savings? Because as I say, we seem to have got one-offs that have come in and helped us on our borrowing costs and that this time. But going forward, where does that leave us?
Queen is going to go.
I'm just going to come in because this relates to the budget that we're setting. Yeah. So some of the areas where we've got ongoing growth pressures that are in the budget. So if you think about the waste contract and children's placements, we've made provision for that in the new financial year. Question is, are we going to require all of it when we actually get to the end of the financial year, which is the key here. But I would urge all scrutiny committees where there are forecast overspends, if those services are within your remit, challenge and ask where are the mitigations, especially when the tables do not have the financials in them, or they're not bringing down the forecast overspend to 0, because that's what we're aiming for every time.
Is there anybody else in the room? So I see Mandy Chilcott's got her hand up. Mandy?
Thank you, Chair. You'll be relieved to know I can save most of my questioning for when this comes through the executive. But just to say, I think the one that absolutely jumps out and has to be commented on is the non-service underspend of 17.351 million. It's a colossal figure. And my concern is, again, that, you know, had we got a better understanding of how that was going to be throughout the year, it probably would have saved a lot of stress and anxiety on the organisation. So I do hope that it can be looked at closely in the coming year, because there is a tendency for that to underspend, and it seems to be a bit of a repeated behaviour. So I would urge our 151 officer to look very closely at that when it comes to budgeting for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I have looked at this very, very closely. We haven't taken out the borrowing that we were planning on taking out, the external borrowing, as Nicola has already said, which has given us some underspend there, but also the revenue cost of borrowing associated with exceptional financial support and the reprofiling of the capital programme will line that up. Now, if we finance exceptional financial support capitalisation direction in the new financial year using capital receipts, then there will be an underspend, and it's better that there is an underspend in this area as opposed to an overspend. I've got to be really careful with how we budget for it, because it's the affordability of the Prudential Code that's really important in terms of the capital financing. I would also say the pressure needs to remain on the organisation. We're saying within this report that we're taking the actions necessary to ensure that we're doing everything that we would do if there was a Section 114 issued. And there was a previous question, and I just want to be clear. Obviously, we haven't taken a report to full council, and I don't actually sign off every bits of expenditure, but we've put those parameters in place in the current financial year. The other thing is we haven't stepped back non-essential spend that is already in existence. But if we found ourselves in a position where we had to do that, that's where we're going to be stepping back. But we've stopped new non-essential spend through the spend boards that have already been created, but we need to look and see what else we need to do in future. So I would say the pressure needs to remain on the organisation so that when we move into the new financial year, there aren't services that are forecasting overspends. In fact, we're starting to deliver those savings that didn't quite make it into the budget because they weren't yet robust.
Right, thank you. I don't see anybody else wishing to comment, so I think that we can note the consideration and comment that has been raised on this item from this committee. I don't think there's anything more that we need to say at this stage, so we'll move forward, if we may, to agenda item 10, Councillor Lation.
Thank you, Chair. Normally, Councillor Smith-Roberts or Kerry Prisco would report on this, but I would just like to say that whilst we do have an improved position, there is still more improvement needed, hopefully by the end of the financial year. And I do really welcome recommendation E. You'll see notes the capital environments in Appendix C. I really welcome the fact that we are now doing what we should be doing and approving those environments both by the lead member and seeing them in these papers for committees and for executive. So I really welcome that work. You'll see that there is slippage into future years, but you've also heard earlier this afternoon of the ambition of the business case for the HRA, particularly for the coming 5 years. And I hope that we can take advantage of those changes that government are making on right to buy, and hopefully that Homes England will be able to support us in our ambition. So that's all I wanted to say, Chair. I don't know if anyone else wishes to add any more.
No, everybody happy with that in the room? If not, Andy Chilcott.
Again, thank you. I will say my questions, but just to say I have every empathy and appreciation for the staff that have pulled the report together. It's really challenging when it comes at the end of a really long meeting and it's sort of brushed over quite quickly. So just for reassurance, I have read it. I will be asking questions soon, and to thank them for their work.
Right, thank you. Any other comment from this committee that we wish to send forward to executive? No. Item 11, strategic risk report. Councillor Lation, we do admire your stalwart staying the course.
Well, I did say once to Councillor Mike Stanton that I think the thing that stood me in good stead was going to the pony club when I was a teenager. And he said, do you know, my wife says exactly the same thing, because they taught you to work really hard at the pony club and they did not spare you. Well, not back in our day anyway. I can see, I'm very glad to see that Sarah Scrutiny is online. This is a really important piece of work, Chair, the risk report, and how as a council we manage risk, how we tolerate it, treat it. The 3 T's, aren't there, Sarah? You can, I'm sure that you will speak much more knowledgeably than I can. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Sarah Scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Elijah, and thank you, Chair. Apologies, first of all, for not being in the room with you. The report in front of you sets out a revised approach to risk management, and this approach takes into account feedback that we've had over the past year from Scrutiny, from Audit Committee, as well as feedback from recent audits that we've had. And the approach really emphasises a balance between being risk aware, making sure that we're managing our risk, but not overly risk averse. And that's something that you will have seen when you looked at the Council's target operating model. And so what we've done with the approach, we want to proactively manage our risks in order to protect our organisation and the communities of Somerset. But what we want to do in here is we want to streamline and simplify our approach. So we've taken what we used to have was a risk management strategy, a policy, a framework and guidance. And what we've done is we've combined that into one document, one approach. And what we're looking to do through the adoption of this approach, is to have a consistent and coherent approach across the whole council. So everything that you will see will use the same terminology, and hopefully you'll see in the document that there is going to be a glossary to help with those terms, which I know has come up a number of times. But that consistent and coherent approach across the council. A lot of the content you should hopefully already recognise, for example, the golden thread diagram, the risk scoring matrix and the risk reporting template. And so some of this you'll already be familiar with, but it is bringing it together in that single place. I'm really conscious of time, even though I've been sat kind of looking through the camera rather than in the room. So I will just hand over to questions. If there's any detail that you want to ask about, more than happy.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Councillor Hobhouse.
I will make myself extremely unpopular at this point. Taking it off you, Bob, it's me now. In Climate and Place Committee, 4 weeks ago now, we have had 5 landslides off a bank above the A371. We are in the process of trying to deal with it with the highways, but I asked for it to be put on the risk register, on the operational risk register. Nobody's come back to me to talk to me about it, and it's getting worse. It is being dealt with by the highways people, but it is likely to cost £700,000 to sort the problem. I wouldn't mind knowing how a member is supposed to get stuff on the risk register, because it's been incredibly frustrating.
Like to respond to that?
Yes, I'm happy to. So ordinarily, where it's a subject specific risk like that through the executive director, what I will do is have a look and see in the operational risk register, as I'm sure you can imagine, there are a number of risks on there. We have now put them all onto our IdeaGen system, so it should be quite easy for me to go in and have a look, see if it's there. But actually, in the future, I think if we can get that through the service level executive director approach, that would be really, really helpful. And obviously, if it comes, sorry, I should have said, and if it comes up at a scrutiny committee, that's something which we would want to be aware of as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you. A couple of points just wanted to ask. Page 614, it mentions the role of obviously this committee in the whole process, but the table on 615 makes mention of audit committee, but we're not featured on there, so I just wonder whether that was any reason. The other thing was on a couple of more details, if I could. On page 626, item 10 talks about measures SC CS08 and 10 having problems because there are issues retrieving data from multiple systems and legacy councils. Are we happy that that's being dealt with and that will be able to be overcome? And the following one, number 11, talks about the Ofsted, and there's no one word classing now for that. Again, are we going to build in something that deals with the new setup for Ofsted, obviously when it comes in?
Councillor Lyshan, do you want to come in?
And if I may, Chair, just to say that those two items are in the corporate performance report, which is the next item. I don't know if you want to take it now. Yes. It's performance and risk. They sit together along with budget. And if Councillor Pryor-Sankey spends her life dreaming about it, so do I. But I think it's a really good question, Chair, about how a member can raise a real concern, particularly in their own division or something that they see. So we all know how we report problems on the highways, but there may be some other reporting mechanism that we need to be clearer on as members.
Right, thank you. I'll just move on to other members, if I may. Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm afraid for my sins, I do rather a lot of this, and I'm a little bit concerned about the inherent risk and current risk and the paragraph that clarifies what you mean by either. And it relates very closely to an example that was offered at full council by a member of the public with respect to a landslip. We had closed the road because we didn't feel we could justify the expenditure to reopen the road and make it safe. But we were exposing the public to a much larger risk because they had to drive through an enormous diversion. And on country roads, there is an accident rate, and basically the rate of landslip was alleged by the member of the public to be less than the risk of driving around the diversion when you considered it. I mean, he was an aerospace engineer who did certification. He knew what he was talking about. And my concern is that I don't think with the words that are presently chosen and the guidance given, we're being clear about the innate risk of the circumstance as it stands today with any mitigations versus where we wish to go with mitigations we can choose to take and get to the assessment as to whether we've met our target, our risk appetite or not. So I just feel that's a little weak at the moment. And the other thing was, I used to love your little thumbnail 5x5 matrix under the RAG score because it explained exactly how you'd got to the score in the RAG box. But I think you've intensified the colours of it because on the version in front of me now, I can't see the spot which represents the assessment point so clearly. And really, it was just that quick glance that was the big advantage to it. You could see whether it was crawling left to right or rising up the chart. And something seems to have happened to either your dot size or your colours or your line thickness possibly, but it isn't coming through with the punch that it was earlier. Apart from that, happy.
Do you want to say anything, Sarah, on that? You just received the message.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful. We will look, so in the glossary, we will put a little bit more detail in terms of the inherent, current and target risks. That's really helpful. Thank you. I'm guessing you're saying on Appendix B on the risk reporting template, where we have the dot on the little thumbnail along with the scores there. We will have a look at that. I don't think it's changed, but we will have a look at that one as well.
Just to confirm, that's correct. That's what I was talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll bank those. Is there anybody else in the room that wishes to speak? If not, I'll ask Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you very much, Chair. I welcome the report. I think at audit some considerable time ago, we asked that the risk matrix was front and centre on every key decision report. It should be at the top of the report, not tucked away to the middle or end of it. It used to be like that, and I hope that we will see that return. Just a couple of questions around on page 612 of 648. So we've got there, if it's a high risk, 16 to 20. And I do welcome the percentages you've attached to it. So high risk, I think it's over 50%, isn't it? Then you can treat, transfer or terminate. And I was just sat thinking, what on earth would you terminate that's a red risk? Because you just can't sort of airbrush things out and get rid of them. And I was just slightly concerned if something's too difficult and a too difficult to do box, we might decide just to terminate it and never see it again. I was just trying to think of scenarios where that might be relevant, because even though you terminate it, that risk still might not totally go away for your community.
Officer Scrutiny.
Sorry, I couldn't get off mute then. Yeah, so it's more about terminating the activity that's causing the risk than terminating the risk. So on the page below where it has the descriptions of the of transfer, tolerate, terminate. So if an activity poses too high a risk, the council may decide to stop or reassess it. This involves evaluating alternative methods or ceasing the activity to eliminate the risks. So I can totally see the confusion in there. So I will pick that up as well. Just make sure that's as clear as it can be in the glossary.
Thank you. My last question is around culture. I know cultural and risk, it hasn't always been positive within the organisation, I think it's fair to say, or given perhaps the due diligence that it needs. Do you feel culturally that we are now on top of risk and that most of our staff understand and appreciate what it is and why things will be on a risk register?
I think there's a number of things that, sorry, through you, Chair, there's a number of things that we're doing at the moment, which is all about creating a different mindset and different approach to risk. So the first is to make it as easy as possible for people to, so one of the things around streamlining this approach, make it as easy as possible to do the basics and get the basics right. So that's one of the first things, is because sometimes when something seems quite complex or complicated, it can actually get in the way of people doing it. I think the other thing is through using our new risk and performance management system, IdeaGen, again, making it simple to do these things really makes a difference. The other thing, just to pick up your point around the risk matrix and the risk approach and building that into our reporting, absolutely. That's something which, once this approach to risk has been signed off, we can then start training and doing the learning and development, building up that capability across the organisation and building in that mindset. For me, it is something which I'm quite passionate about. I know not everybody is, but to me, it is purely, what could stop us, what could get in the way from us doing what we need to do or want to do, that we need to mitigate, put in place actions to stop that risk from occurring. And I think there is there's a bit of investment that we need to do in terms of with people's time to get risk up the agenda.
Thank you. It just was disappointing that it was a clear instruction from audit and it never happened. So I'm saying I encourage it to happen and will be very supportive as and when it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully the feedback from the committee has been duly noted. Thank you very much for that. And we come to the very last item. Item 12, Councillor Lation.
Thank you, and I will, Chair, hand over to Sarah Scrutiny as soon as I can. I just wanted to say I am looking forward to having enough time in my life to meet with the chairs and vice chairs of Scrutiny, because we have been talking for some time about meeting up, not in a formal Scrutiny meeting, but just to have time to talk about where Scrutiny would like to see performance indicators for their areas. So I look forward to having enough time to do that. I don't know when it'll be, but it won't be in the next week. But if I could hand over to Sarah, please.
Thank you. Officer Scrutiny.
Thank you. So this is our Q3 report for performance, and as Councillor Lyshan says, this is part of a focus where we are reviewing and updating our corporate performance indicators, and we want to make sure that when we're reporting on performance, that we're reporting on the things that we are most concerned about or that we need to be paying most attention to. So what you'll see, as usual, is we have the more detailed appendix, which sets out, aligned with our corporate priorities. So again, building that golden thread in. Our corporate priorities, sorry, I'm getting my risk and performance modelled up now. Those performance indicators that we're currently focusing on as part of this year's set of key performance indicators. In terms of detailed questions, then I would look to potentially colleagues in the room around particular subject areas, but in terms of the overall report, happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. So I'll particularly direct members towards item 7, key issues identified this quarter, perhaps.
Yeah.
Right. Does any member wish to comment? Do you feel beaten into silence?
Yes.
So can I take it that you feel that the report is an excellent summary of the current situation? Oh, good. Lots of nods.
It's a meeting quickly, Mr.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, can I thank everybody for their attendance? Can I particularly thank the officers who have been here, Councillor Lation, Councillor Wilkins and other lead members who've been here. It's been a pleasure to have you. I do echo the remark you'll see there on the chat from Mark on the Quay. Thank you. Much more dignified than local council, but it depends what the local council is we're being compared with, I suppose. But dignity, it's been a very polite and dignified session, long, and I do apologise for that, but there's been a lot of meaty stuff to discuss. So I do thank you all very much for that. Councillor C.
Chairman, can I just say thank you to you? I thought you've handled a lengthy and difficult meeting extremely well and with very good nature. So thank you.
Very kind of you to say so, but it's entirely good for you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much.